This is Joseph Carpenter. Today is August the 8th, 2024, and I am interviewing Major General Walter Huffman. This interview is taking place at General Huffman's home in Granbury, Texas. It is part of the Texas Veterans Project and is sponsored by the UTA History and Geography Department and the UTA College of Liberal Arts. Thank you for agreeing to be interviewed today, sir.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
It's an honor.
Where are you from originally, and what can you tell me about your growing up?
Well, I was born in Biloxi, Mississippi on Keesler Air Force Base during World War II, and my father was in the Army Air Corps during the war. But he was a Texan, and we moved back to Texas, back to Lubbock, Texas, immediately after his discharge from the military and the end of the war. He had been a coach at Texas Tech in Lubbock before the war and resumed his duties as head basketball coach and assistant football coach, head track coach. Back in the day, coaches did a lot of things as opposed to today when you've got 10 coaches on football teams. Anyway, I guess you would say that my formative life started out in Lubbock. But then my dad accepted a job as the head football coach at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. We moved to New Mexico. He was later athletic director at the University of New Mexico. Then he got into politics in New Mexico and kind of cutting this part of the story short, he was in a very contentious campaign, had a heart attack.
Oh my.
And survived it. But the doctor said, and a lot of people find this rather humorous, the doctor said, you need to get back into something you enjoy doing, like coaching. A low-stress job.
Right.
And so he was hired to come back to Texas Tech. This time as the head baseball coach and the freshman football coach when they still had separate freshman teams. So back to Lubbock, and so between Lubbock and New Mexico, I grew up.
Where'd you go to high school?
Lubbock High School.
Okay, so you're back in Lubbock by that time.
Back in Lubbock for my junior and senior years, yes. And
did you attend college right after high school?
not right after high school.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I thought when I graduated from high school at the age of 17 that I was pretty knowledgeable and didn't really want to go to college. To be honest with you, being the kind of jerk I was at that time, didn't think I needed to go to college because I already knew everything. And my dad was a lot smarter than I gave him credit for, so he said, instead of just beating me up, he said, what are you going to do? I said, I don't know. And again, my range of knowledge was more limited than I thought, I guess.
Right.
He said, well, why don't you join the Army? And there was no war going on at that time. He said, that way you can see the world, meet different people, see different places, and decide what you really want to do with your life. I said, yeah, good idea. And so he said, well, if you like that idea, I've got an even better idea for you. I said, what's that? He said, join the National Guard. Because at that time, the National Guard had a 6-month program. We went 6 months on active duty, went to basic training, advanced training, a little active duty period. And then you moved into your National Guard once a weekend, 2 weeks in the summer drill status. And Dad said, that way, if after 6 months you decide maybe that's not what you want to do, you can get out, fulfill your obligation in the Guard. If you want to stay, they'll probably let you stay in the Army. And I said, okay. They said, Dad was a lot smarter than I gave him credit for, because after that 6 months, I was the happiest freshman that ever enrolled at Texas Tech. I will guarantee you that. Being a private in the Army was not what I saw as a potential life experiment. So there I was back at Tech, but in the National Guard, and stayed in the National Guard throughout my time at Tech. I actually worked out quite well. It wasn't a big paycheck, but it was a paycheck. And between my junior and senior years in college, the administrative sergeant, the full-time sergeant of the National Guard unit there in Lubbock, came to me and said, we need officers. And I have looked at your schedule, and the Field Artillery Officer Candidate School at Fort Sill has a summer 9-month or 90-day, 3-month program for Reserve and National Guard officers. And it fits exactly within your college schedule. And I said, hey, be an officer. So I signed up, and my dad told me at the time, my dad had gone through OCS in World War II. He said, I will just tell you that when I left OCS, I wouldn't have stayed another week if they'd have made me a major general. and that once again, Dad was right. That was a really hard 90 days at Fort Sill in the summer. Tough way to spend your summer vacation. But I came out of there a second lieutenant in the Army National Guard. And the best thing that did for me was that a fellow who became probably my greatest mentor, General Ross Ayers, had just been named the commander of a new unit in the Texas National Guard. The Texas National Guard in general was the 36th Infantry Division, the T-Packers as they called them. And General Ayers had served with the T-Packers in World War II, and then was Silver Star on the Salerno beachhead, stayed in the Guard, and was promoted to Brigadier General. And President Johnson at the time, the Vietnam War now is really going on. So President Johnson, rather than activating all the National Guard, came up with a concept called Selective Reserve Force. And there were cutouts of National Guard units in various states. In Texas's case, they cut a brigade out of the 36th Division, called it the 36th Infantry Brigade, separate. The Texas Brigade. General Ayers was given command of it, and he selected me as his aide, the brand new Second Lieutenant Huffman. So I was able to...
If I can interrupt you just a second, where did this fall in your college career? Were you, how far along in college were you?
Well, I was a senior and then went on to graduate school.
Oh, while you were still in the Guard?
Still in the Guard.
Okay, excuse me. Go ahead.
So now I am his aide, and we're in the Selective Reserve Force, so we're drilling 2 weekends a month instead of 1, 4 weeks in the summer instead of 2, and all in preparation for being sent to Vietnam. And actually, the 36th Brigade and other SRF units were on orders for Vietnam in 1968. But then the political winds changed, and those orders were canceled. So I'm getting my master's degree at this time at Tech, and I'm married to my wife Ann. One of her cousins, first cousins, was killed during the Tet Offensive in 1968, January of '68, and I'd been in this prep mode to go to Vietnam. She had too.
Right.
And then this cousin was killed, and the war was raging, and we just decided that the right thing to do was to volunteer for active duty.
I see.
Our thinking at the time was that we would do 2 years, probably a year of it, which would be in Vietnam, and then get out and resume our civilian career plan.
Did you, were you in ROTC, or other than the Guard, did you do ROTC or anything like that?
No, as I say, I got my commission through Officer Candidate School.
So no military involvement?
No military involvement at Tech, other than I was in the National Guard the entire time.
Right. What was your father's, what did he do in the military?
He was a military policeman.
Oh, okay. And how long did he serve?
3 years, during World War II. He volunteered. He was actually over age
Oh, is that right?
and wanted to be a pilot in the Army Air Corps, but because he was over age,
Right.
said, well, you're going to be a military policeman, so that's how he spent his time in World War II.
You and your wife had already built up kind of anticipation in going to Vietnam.
Right.
And what came of that? Where did that actually happen? Or when did it actually happen?
Going to Vietnam, well, when I entered active duty, I was sent to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, home of the artillery. I was an artilleryman, and both enlisted and officer as an artilleryman. And so I expected to be immediately sent to Vietnam, but instead I spent a year plus at Fort Sill. Actually became an artillery battery commander there at Fort Sill.
Wow.
In the 8th of the 17th Artillery, where I met a battalion commander who was also a great mentor to me, a guy named John J. Ridgway. So anyway, I was a battery commander there, and it's kind of I've always thought this story was humorous. I hope perhaps those who watch this, if they do, will think it's humorous, but
Yes.
it's kind of typically Army. One day I was, as a battery commander, I think I was down in the motor pool actually, checking on the howitzers and how they were doing and make sure the maintenance was going right. I got a call from the headquarters there at Fort Sill. It was some Specialist Jones, we'll call him. He says, Captain Huffman, 'cause I'd been promoted to captain by this time.
Okay.
I need your leave address. And I said, I'm not going on leave. And he said, you're not going to take leave before you go to Vietnam? And that's how I found out I was on the orders for Vietnam.
Wow. Surprise.
Typical Army.
Yes, yes.
So Specialist Jones was the guy who informed me that I needed a leave address because I was going to Vietnam. So in 1970, off I went to Vietnam, still an artillery captain. And when I got to Vietnam and to the replacement depot at Long Binh, down south, people were getting their orders for 1st Cavalry Division, 101st Airborne Division, and 4th Infantry Division, and all of which were in sort of the central highlands area, or the south and the Delta. I wasn't getting any orders. Finally, I get orders for the 5th Infantry Division, 1st Brigade of the 5th Infantry Division. And I said, well, where's that? And they said, that is north.
No.
It's on the DMZ.
Oh my goodness.
And I said, wow. So I arrived at the 1st Infantry Division, 1st Brigade of the 5th Infantry Division in Quang Tri, Vietnam, pretty far north, but I didn't realize it was farther north. You could still go. And there was Lieutenant Colonel John J. Ridgway, battalion commander for the artillery unit in that
Is that right?
5th Infantry Division.
Yeah.
He said, I hand-selected you
Oh, my.
to come be a battery commander for me immediately.
Wow.
And so I went from one battery command kind of in Fort Sill to another battery command in Vietnam in combat. But the biggest issue was our unit had been alerted to be a part of what was called Lam Song 719. And our fire base, my battery, Charlie Battery, the 5th and the 4th Artillery, was on a fire base called Charlie 2. The Marines had called it, the Vietnamese called it Con Tien, which I understand translates to place of angels. But all the angels were gone by the time I got there. In any case, we moved out because the concept of Lam Song 719 was that because Congress, in their infinite wisdom, had decided that ground forces, U.S. ground forces, could no longer go into Cambodia or Laos, which of course gave the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong carte blanche to rearm themselves, resupply themselves, prepare themselves for attack, and then retreat to safety in Cambodia or Laos. The concept was that our helicopters would carry Republic of Vietnam soldiers, known as ARVNs, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, onto the plain of Jars in Laos. And there they would defeat, hopefully, the North Vietnamese who were massing in that area. And they would also help cut the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was the supply line going from North Vietnam down through Laos and Cambodia, supplying the Viet Cong and NVA in the south part of Vietnam. So that was the concept of the operation. Again, the prohibition was that U.S. ground forces could not enter Laos or Cambodia. So our helicopters were to drop the ARVNs off and on the plain of Jars, and my artillery battery, along with some others, and Air Force assets were assigned the job of providing fire support for the ARVN attack.
From the other side of the border.
From the other side of the border. So first thing that happened, we had to fight our way back from Charlie 2, which was near the sea, all the way across through Khe Sanh, which the Marines had fought for and died for, and then we gave back. There were so many bad policy decisions made in Vietnam, it's hard to account for all of them. But anyway, we fought our way all the way back through this territory that we'd given back to the North Vietnamese to reach the Laotian border. And it was a difficult, dangerous journey, but we made it, and our engineers had put up a sign actually where my battery was supposed to be located that said Laotian border, and it was a wooden sign, Laotian border. Who knows whether it was or wasn't, but I rolled the base piece of my artillery battery up against it, and we prepared to support the ARVN attack. The North Vietnamese didn't take too kindly to this, and of course they didn't care where the border was. So we were attacked by mortars and this and that and the other as we were trying to set ourselves up and orient toward our mission. And the one thing I would say about that is that I was caught out on the road with two of my howitzers moving to a forward firing base on a different part of the border one time when a mortar attack took us under siege. And the only reason I mention that is that there's something in the artillery called a hip shoot, where you don't have time to use theodolites to lay the battery and orient the battery. You use a compass. You do the best you can to orient it and open fire, because you're under fire if you're in a hip shoot, which would work. The only point I bring out is the training that we had done at Fort Sill, all that training, sometimes seems so repetitive. I thought, gosh, man, it just caused us all to move like we were on a ballet of some kind, and moved in position, opened fire, returned fire, got out of there alive. And I've always said this is the best example of what training does for you that I can remember. In any case, our main job, to go back to it, was to support the ARVN attack on the NVA and cutting the Ho Chi Minh Trail. But our intelligence, which was not always so good in Vietnam, and again had failed in this case, said that the NVA in that area had no tanks. ARVNs were pure infantry. Most of them were Saigon Rangers, is what they were called. Elite, but infantry. Rifles, and that's all they had, basically. And as I say, our intelligence proved to be quite wrong, because out of the Laotian forest came lots of tanks that the Russians and the Chinese had provided to the NVA. And so the rout was on. We were firing as best we could to stem the assault on the Arvins, but the Arvins were completely overmatched.
Right.
And I mean, I don't care how good an infantryman you are, a tank attack will
Right.
turn you back. Of course, they're accompanied by their own infantry. So anyway, we continued to fire. The Air Force continued to fly in. Kind of interesting aspect of this is my wife Kathy's brother Dean was flying F4, I guess, at the time for the Air Force, and he recorded a mission. And it turned out that mission was over the plain of Jars at the same time I was on the ground.
Wow.
As an artilleryman.
That's interesting.
And so that was kind of a small world. Anyway,
Yes.
we were doing the best we can, but the route was on. And another thing one of those things you cannot unsee is we had to actually stop firing because our helicopters went in to try to rescue the Arvins and came back across the Laotian border right across my gun target line that I was firing into Laos, so I had to cease fire for fear of shooting one of our own helicopters out of the air because they were flying really low because they had Arvins hanging on their skids. I mean, it was, like I say, it's one of those things you can't really unsee once you've seen it. It was a terrible, terrible scene. And so our helicopter pilots did the best they could to rescue as many Arvins as they could. Some of our helicopters went down. One of them went down right outside my battery area. And a couple of my sergeants did some pretty heroic effort to rescue the people that were in that helicopter when it crashed. But anyway, the North Vietnamese, of course, again, didn't care where the Laotian border was. So they just kept coming, which put the artillery units that were there in support of this operation in a bad position because all of a sudden our artillery units were on the forward edge of the battle area, as they say. And that's not where artillery units are supposed to be. They're supposed to be infantry in front of us somewhere. And in fact, a very sad thing was one of the 8-inch howitzer units that was involved in this operation. The first sergeant had been my first sergeant at Fort Sill. And that battery, that 8-inch battery, was overrun and everybody was killed, including the first sergeant, which was a terrible loss. First sergeant Tyree, great guy. But anyway, that was, the North Vietnamese were coming. And our Air Force was doing their best they could to stem the tide. We were firing along with other artillery batteries that were part of this operation, likewise, to try to stem the tide. So fortunately, the North Vietnamese stopped before they got to my battery. I don't know if it was because we took them under fire heavily enough between us and the Air Force and other batteries, or why. But also, we discovered that they had been preparing for this better than we thought, because about, let's say 2,000 meters from my battery area there on the Laotian border, more or less, was a big mountain called Korok. And all of a sudden, out of that mountain, the North Vietnamese started rolling out howitzers. Actually, they were guns. The difference being a gun that fires a flat trajectory, howitzers fire rapidly. And so they would roll these guns out of caves on Korok, take us under fire, roll them back into the caves. Very hard to hit.
Wow, yes.
One of my heroic forward observers was out there with one of our units, a tank unit, and he did his best to direct our artillery at those caves. But again, it's really hard to hit a cave.
Right.
And the problem was, all of this has resulted in a lot of expenditure of ammunition. And in fact, we were out of high explosive ammunition. And we resorted to something that I'm sure is not in the artillery manual, but we had smoke rounds that you could put a fuse in. Artillery, 155 artillery unit, that's what mine was, 55 millimeters, self-propelled howitzers. That round is about this tall and weighs about 98 pounds, and you screw a fuse into the top of it that's either impact fuse or a time fuse or whatever. But there's a screw in the top of that to protect the grooves where you're going to put the screw. And we just fired the smoke rounds with that screw still in it, to use them as sort of bowling balls.
Wow.
Not expecting them to explode,
Right.
but just hoping maybe we could hit one of those cave openings and cause some damage, because that's what we're down to.
Right.
And, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this. We were under fire pretty heavily, and fortunately, General Ayers, my mentor, artilleryman in World War II, had told me, Walt, your men are going to be tired. They're not going to want to dig in. They want you to give them a break. Don't do it. Save their lives. Dig in every time you move. So we have dug in pretty heavily, sandbag all around our positions. Had dug excavations so our howitzers could drive down into them, be a little lower, protect their treads. And so all this, and the fact that they were self-propelled howitzers, which to a lot of people look like a tank, but it does provide protection from shrapnel to the people inside it if the round doesn't hit too close. But we had some rounds that hit close enough to our howitzers that they actually rolled up on their sides and back down.
Wow.
And we were taking a lot of fire, so I had several people who were wounded, but most of them were minor. But one guy was wounded pretty badly. I mean, he had shrapnel all down from his neck to his hips and was bleeding profusely out of his back. We patched him up with our medic as best we could, but I called for medevac, which I'd always heard that these heroic medevac helicopter pilots would come and get you no matter what. Well, turned out that's not quite right. At least these medevac pilots said, it's way too hot. You're taking too much fire. We're not coming. Which always kind of held against them.
Yes.
But the same tank unit, just a tank platoon, they actually were down to 4 tanks, I think, with my Ford Observer with them, came rolling by, and they were heading back. And so we said, can we put this wounded soldier in your tank? You're heading back toward the rear area where there's a really field hospital. They said, yeah, sure. So that's how he got out of there. But we were still in a big position of not having any artillery rounds.
Right.
So we're not feeling really good about this situation. But then, and this is one of my life's regrets, is because we were told by Colonel Ridgway, my battalion commander, and others that they weren't going to bring artillery down the trail to us because, again, we were taking too much fire. And so there we were. Down the road came a kid, and this is my regret, is I don't know who that kid was. He's driving a gooseneck truck, a tractor and trailer with a gooseneck on the back of it, with artillery rounds on the back of that gooseneck. He pulled up outside our area, unhooked that trailer, got back in the cab of his truck and took off, but still, I should have known his name because he deserved a reward for courage, because any round that hit that trailer,
Oh my goodness. Yes.
they'd have never known what his disposition.
Right.
So it's pretty heroic of him to do that. Anyway, we got artillery, our guys all ran out there and unloaded that trailer as fast as we could to get to our various howitzers, 6 howitzers from the battery. And we were back in the firing business anyway. But we're still taking a lot of heat. We're still firing in support of keeping the North Vietnamese infantry away from us also. So whenever I would, as you might imagine, as a good commander should in that situation, I would call back to Colonel Ridgway every day and say, can we pull back?
Yes.
And he would say, not yet. You've got to hold the rear there.
Right.
Because there were other things going on. They were trying to move other units and they needed to rear guard, and we were it. So, there we were. And again, like I say, medevac wouldn't come. Artillery ammunition supply, except for this kid who was a hero in my mind, wouldn't come. Down the road on a Sunday came a chaplain driving his Jeep, he and his assistant, pulling a little trailer, calm as you could be. I mean, he's got to know that we're taking fire all the time from this Korok mountain here, and that we're also threatened by infantry. And he said, well, it's Sunday. I thought perhaps you guys could use a little spiritual uplift. I thought, now here is a guy who, A, is brave, and secondly, has a lot of faith. And he did. He and his assistant unloaded their little trailer. They set up shop in one of the shell holes that had been created by the shelling we were taking. And it was a very well attended service. I mean, we had to rotate people in because we were still firing back and being fired at. But I think probably every member of our battery before it was all over attended one of the services this young Captain Chaplain had us.
What do they say? No atheists in foxholes.
No atheists in foxholes, right. And it was a spiritual lift to us. I'm not sure it had a lot to do with religion, but what it had to do with was somebody brave enough to come out there and be with us.
Right. Right.
That we weren't all alone.
How long did this go on? How long was this this battle going on?
You know, over a week.
Oh, wow.
And it seemed like a lot longer than that, but I think it was probably about a week. But finally, Colonel Ridgway said, okay, you can draw back. I said, how far can I draw back? Because I want to get out of range of those guns firing out of that mountain. Mm-hmm. He said, not that far. But he said, you know, you're a smart guy, you can find someplace where you'll be in defilade because they are guns, not howitzers.
I see.
And so if you can get yourself in defilade behind a hill or something that you can fire over, but they can't fire into, they'll be firing over the top of you, go get them. So I took a couple of guys and we went out scouting with our map, found a place that we thought was within the range span that they wanted us to stay in, because again, we're still fighting this rear guard action. They won't let us just hightail it.
Right.
But at least we were able to get back into defilade as opposed to those guns, which was a really nice thing. And moved the battery out, dug back in, and we're tired. But I remember what General Ayres said. We dug back in, set up our perimeter. We were joined by a 155 towed unit, that is a 155 howitzer unit that's towed behind trucks as opposed to being a self-propelled unit as we were. And they had been decimated, I guess, by these same guns coming out of Korok. They only had 3 guns left. They only had 1 officer left alive, and he was wounded. They pulled in beside us, so Now we had 9 guns. And our problem though was we were all both artillery units. Again, not by equipment or tactics or strategy or anything else, supposed to be the front line of the battlefield. And so we were blind. Infantry units, armored units have anti-personnel radar they set up so that they get a heads up on enemy approaching. We did not have those because we weren't supposed to be where we were, but we were. So we're thinking, first thing we're probably going to know is when they come into the wire. And really had no real good idea as to where the MVA infantry was. Again, we knew where the artillery was on co-op. We kind of solved that problem. And so, fortunately for us, the same tank platoon, 4 tanks, commanded by a lieutenant, pulled into our unit area there. And they did have an anti-personnel radar, which they set up. And they integrated their 4 tanks into our perimeter defense. And the best part of that whole story is people talk about draftees, I'd say half of my battery were draftees. And they fought courageously. They did everything that's asked of them, plus some. I always thought that Joe Galloway, the war correspondent who served in Vietnam and was with the 1st Infantry Division in my train, he wrote a book, and he said in that book, these young men who served in Vietnam may not have been the greatest generation, which is what they always called World War II generation. They may not have been the greatest generation, but they were the greatest of their generation.
Well put.
And I thought, that's exactly the way I felt about my men. They didn't necessarily want to be there. But they did their jobs, they did it with honor, they fought hard. And just so proud of them.
Yes.
And the epitome of that was, out of one of these tanks hopped this soldier of mine who had been so severely wounded that they'd taken him back to the field hospital.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Johnny Walker from Macon, Georgia. And I said, Johnny, I said, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital or on your way back to America or somewhere? He said, sir, I escaped. He said, I knew you guys were in trouble out here and you needed me, so I came back.
Wow.
Drafty. He had a ticket home. Instead, he came back. So, again, I think it just epitomizes the real courage and dedication of the young men who did fight in Vietnam. For the most
Yes.
part. I mean, I know there were troubles back in the back, and there were drugs, and there were this and that and the other, but out there where the real combat was going on, just a bunch of brave kids doing their jobs, and they were kids, really.
Right.
Anyway, so there we were, still on the forward edge of the battle area, but at least we had an anti-personnel radar, thanks to this tank platoon. And the tank platoon commander, this lieutenant, came to me and he said, sir, he said, we've got a lot of bad guys coming our way on his radar he sees. I said, how many? He said, I don't know, but a lot. So still, there we are.
Right.
With an NVA infantry advance coming toward us, and each one of my howitzers carried with it a 50 caliber machine gun, which we had set up on the perimeter. And of course, all our men had rifles, those who weren't manning the guns. But we also had a special artillery round. It was called an improved conventional munition, ICM. And the concept behind this improved conventional munition was that it's supposed to go up in the air. It had a variable time fuse on it, so when it became 100 meters from the ground, it opened up, and 150 bullets came out of that 155 round, hit the ground, and their theory was they were supposed to bounce up and go off about waist high.
Okay, wow.
Sound like a great concept to me. Unfortunately, I could not fire it without authority from higher headquarters because they had put a ban on it in the South where no 155 unit, 155 millimeter unit had ever fired one of these things, but in the South, the 105 units, the smaller artillery, had fired some of them. Not all those little bombs had gone off until our infantry stepped on them.
Oh, goodness.
So they put the quietus on the ICM, which is why I've been carrying this thing around with me all this time and never used it. Only had one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I called Colonel Ridgway and I said, look, we've got a situation with a lot of bad guys coming. We got no infantry. You know, we'll fight as best we can, but I need to fire this ICM round. He said, let me see if I can get permission. So this armor lieutenant, the tank lieutenant, reported to me, sir, they're getting closer. And he was telling me how close they were getting. And so I had loaded this round into my base piece, my premier gun crew, and they had raised their elevation, and as this report kept coming in that they were closer and closer, they kept raising the elevation, and it looked like they were probably about 200 meters out from us. One thing we had not had a chance to do was clear the area in front of us. And so I'm calling Colonel Ridgway on the minute, and he's saying, wait till I get permission. Well, actually one of my grandkids asked me when I was telling this story, Air Force Academy graduate himself, now in a combat unit. He said, would you have fired anyway, even if you had never gotten authority?
Yes.
And I guess the answer to that is yes, because otherwise we were going to be dead.
Right.
But at the last instant, authority came through. Colonel Ridgway worked his magic somehow. So by this time, that base piece is almost pointed straight up. Had a grizzled old African-American NCO who was the gun chief. E6. I think he'd been in E7 at one time, got busted for some reason or another. But been in the Army for 20-something years. Great artilleryman, great soldier. And I said, base piece prepared to fire. He turned to me and he said, sir, do you know what you're doing? And of course, I said, when you're in command, you have to exude confidence in everything else. And although I didn't know exactly what I was doing, I knew I was going to have to do it. So I said, base piece, fire. And then I hollered, hit the deck. We didn't know.
Was that right?
Those guys, they were within, let's say, 200 meters, maybe closer. Fired off thing almost straight up outside our perimeter, and we all ducked. It went off as advertised, and the movement toward us stopped. All of a sudden, the bad guys were going the other direction.
Is that
And we also opened fire with everything that we had. All the 50 caliber machine guns, the tanks opened up. We threw as much lead out there as we could, but the key was this thing that went off. It was like 4th of July sort of, in a deadly sort of way. In any case, they retreated. We were saved. And when the tanks went out the next morning to see what had happened out there, the NVA and the Viet Cong both were very good about carrying their dead away, so it was really hard to get a body count, which was always important to our higher headquarters for various reasons.
Yes.
I always thought they were often inflated anyway, but there were nearly 40 bodies still out there that our tankers found. So we figured they hired away at least that many.
Right.
But the key was they were no longer attacking us.
Right.
So, yay ho for that. And we stayed there, I guess, 2 days. And then we're finally given the authority to withdraw. I guess the rest of the attacking force, supporting force, been able to move back toward a place called Firebase Vandergrift, which was kind of between Quezon and Charlie 2. Again, a place that we had fought over one time,
Right.
won, gave back, fought over again.
Yes.
Anyway, we withdrew all the way to Vandergrift. And I think actually by this time, the 101st Airborne had moved up, kind of moved into a blocking position,
I see.
so that to deter an all-out assault anyway by the
Yes.
North Vietnamese.
Yes.
And so that never occurred. And we eventually went back to Charlie 2 without further incident and counted our lucky stars.
How many people did you lose during that time?
There will never be an accomplishment which I'm more proud in my professional life. I don't care what it is. I did not lose anyone.
My
Yes,
goodness.
I had some people wounded.
Yes.
But only one actually wounded bad enough to be
He came back.
medevaced. He came back. The other guys that were wounded were all patched up by our medic and stayed with the fight.
Wow.
And some of them were reasonably serious wounds, serious gashes on their arms,
Right.
because most of the things we were taking were shrapnel from these artillery rounds coming from Korak. And but again, thank you, General Ayers. We were dug in.
Right.
We stayed under cover. We did our job. We fired all the time. We didn't just wander around in the open and give them a fair shot at us either. We moved from one thing the artillery rounds from Korak did for us was create some places that we could jump into when
Oh, right.
another round was headed our way. The theory being, among artillerymen anyway, I'm not sure this is true, but the theory being that a round will never strike in the same
Lightning
place
doesn't
twice.
strike you.
Right. And it did give you cover from shrapnel and so forth.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, if the round had dropped right back in there, if we were wrong about that theory, then you'd been blown to bits.
Right.
So there was a certain amount of luck involved in this, but we worked really hard trying to stay safe and do our jobs.
How far into your tour did this battle occur?
In my tour, 2 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
I took command en route,
Oh, my goodness.
and
That's amazing.
that was an odd situation, really. And I know the men were concerned. I mean, they knew they were going into a pretty difficult situation. First of all, like I said, we're going to have to fight our way all the way back to the Laotian border. And here came this brand new captain. One of the many things wrong with Vietnam and the policies surrounding Vietnam was it was all individual replacements. We learned our lesson there finally, I think, and started doing unit replacements.
Yes.
So that you knew the people you were fighting with and trained together, knew each other. But in those days, in Vietnam War, it was all individual replacements. So I walked in, a captain named John Bowers had been in command for 6 months. He said,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm headed back to the States.
Wow.
Best of luck to you. He said, it's a good battery. You'll like it. And I did.
And what did the rest of your tour look like?
Well, so we moved back to Firebase Charlie 2, which was 1,000 meters from the DMZ. Far north, we were the furthest north that you could get, at least the furthest base, U.S. base north in South Vietnam. And so we were subject to rocket attacks there all the time, 122 millimeter rockets. Because again, the North Vietnamese didn't care where the DMZ was. So they would run over there, set up these 122 rockets on temporary firing platforms, fire them, and then they would skedaddle. We would fire back. But by then they were generally gone. And really, although they would like to kill us, of course, and unfortunately again, we had a patch made, an unauthorized patch, called us the Charlie 2 Rocket Dodgers. We were under rocket fire all the time. And, but again, some people wounded, but none really seriously wounded, and nobody killed.
That's amazing.
So, one of the goals of this rocket fire into our battery was, also on Firebase Charlie 2 was an infantry battalion that we were in direct support of in artillery. And this infantry battalion would send out companies, platoons, to try to engage North Vietnamese and defeat them, and our role was to support these engagements with artillery. We were pretty good at it, if I do say so myself. The infantry battalion commander told me so. They always felt very confident when they called for our fires that they would be where they were supposed to be, and supposed to on top of them. And but these rocket attacks were intended in part to divert us from that mission. So we would be firing back at ghosts, anti-rocket fire, and not firing in support of our infantry, leaving them unsupported. So we developed theories about, we would turn 2 guns to counter rocket fire, 2 guns to supporting the infantry, and 2 guns in reserve, whichever seemed the worst situation at the time. We would use them with the 6 guns, and it worked out well for us. But my wife Ann, during this period of time, was in Lubbock. She'd gone back there with our son Burl, who had been born at Fort Sill. And she happened to go over to her sister's house one day. Her sister's reading the paper, back when people actually read papers. And Ann walked in to the kitchen where she was reading the paper, and she shut the paper very quickly and folded it up and said, "Can I get you a cup of coffee?" And Ann, being more astute than her sister thought, I guess, said, "What's the deal?" And she said, "Well, where's Walter stationed?" She said, "Firebase Charlie 2. She said, the headline in the Lubbock paper, and I'm sure many other papers, was 52 killed at Firebase Charlie 2 in rocket attack.
Oh my goodness.
And so, and so she was staying with her sister at the time. She bundled up our son Burl and went back home and waited for the green car with the chaplain and to come by. But she did a smart thing. She called General Ayers, who at this time was retired, but still. So you're always a general, I guess. And said, "Here's what the deal is." He said, "Well, it's a weekend, and let me see what I can find out." And that we don't know anything until Monday. So it was a Saturday. So within an hour, General Ayers called back and said, "Walter's not on the casualty list." And in fact, none of my men were on the casualty list. What had happened was, so it was a Saturday, and the infantry battalion was holding an award ceremony in their main bunker, large bunker. And it was a command bunker. they were actually holding an award ceremony to present awards for valor and Purple Hearts and so forth to infantrymen who had been distinguished themselves in the past month. And one of these 122 millimeter rockets with a delayed entry fuse at the top of that bunker, which I said was a large bunker, burrowed in with this delayed entry fuse, blew up inside, blew the roof up. Of course, it caved in on top of the people who were not blown up by the initial explosion.
Right.
And overall, 52 people were killed out of that infantry battalion. Those of us who were not manning the guns ran down to see if we could help dig survivors out. Again, we talk about things you can't unsee. A lot of mangled bodies and arms. Horrific scene. Say some of them have been blown apart, some have been crushed. Bunker top with all its sandbags on it fell in. So, anyway, thanks to General Ayers, Ann was relieved.
Yes.
Ann was relieved, but there were 52 men killed in that rocket attack. Really set our infantry unit back quite a bit.
How did you deal with the stress of situations like that? Because right from the get-go, you were involved in some pretty intense stuff. How did you deal with that?
It's going to sound kind of funny, but we didn't have anything to drink alcoholic beverages. During the whole damn something 719 thing, I said, couldn't even get artillery, much less, couldn't get artillery around, much less alcohol. But when we moved back to Charlie 2, we, a Chinook would fly over every so often. Wouldn't stop. But we'd get about, this load about 10 or 15 feet off the ground and cut it loose, and a big pallet of stuff would land, and in that pallet were rusty cans of Carling Black Label beer. Canadian beer that I'll never drink again. Because there's nothing worse than a hot can of Carling Black Label rusted.
Yeah.
Because all the guys in the rear area had picked off all the Budweiser and Miller and Coors and all that stuff. So by the time it got to us out on the front lines, it was rusty cans of Carling Black Label. But in any case, sometime in the evening, some of my officers and I would drink a couple of those things because it was all there was to drink, and we would sing. Just campfire songs.
Like what?
Like, as I was riding one morning for pleasure, I saw a cowpuncher riding along. His hat was thrown back and his spurs were jingling. As he approached me, he was singing a song. Yippee-ki-yay, get along with the blues. Things like that. And we didn't know a lot of songs.
Sure. Yeah. All of you at the same time had to know the songs too, so that was
kind of relieved the tension.
Yes.
But have a couple of hot cans of Carling Black Label, sing a couple of songs.
Right. Did you get to communicate with your wife at all during this time?
One time in the entire tour.
In the entire tour? My goodness.
Because there were no computers. There were no cell phones, emails. So one time I got to go to what they call a Mars station, satellite radio basically, back at Quantum Tree. And you had to get a time range because there was only one Mars station. Everybody, of course, wanted to talk to her. So I think I called in at like midnight my time one time. And it was one of those radio procedure type calls. I love you over. I love you over.
Right.
How are you over?
Yeah.
Weird call, but then I did get to go on R&R with her. So.
Oh, you did. And where did that come in your tour? Mid-tour?
Mid-tour.
Where'd you go?
Hawaii. Hawaii. Those were, the options were Hong Kong, Taiwan, Australia, or Hawaii. Not back to the States.
Right.
Except for Hawaii.
Yes.
But I figured they had a lot less AWOL.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Right.
Although I'm sure they had some anyway.
How long did that R&R last?
5 days.
Oh,
5 glorious days. Getting back on that plane to go back to Vietnam was one of the harder things I've ever done.
I can't even imagine.
But, so I had one Mars call with her, and then an R&R in Vietnam, got an R&R in Hawaii, which was wonderful.
The rest of your tour, how eventful?
Well, it was a lot less eventful because Vietnamization was underway, as President Nixon termed it. We're going to turn this war over to the Vietnamese and let them duke it out. And so, about 6 months into my tour, I guess, just about midway in my tour, I was informed that our battery was going to be relieved by an Arvin battery on Charlie 2. And we needed to retrograde back to Da Nang,
Oh, wow.
turn our battery in, and which was another Vietnam story. But then I left out part of the story that I'm going to have to revise right quick.
Go ahead.
So we got back from Namsong 719. We've been firing. Men been courageous. They fought all the way out there, fought all the way back. Now we're in Charlie 2. We're taking rocket attacks. Colonel Ridgway, my battalion commander, informed me that we were firing more rounds than any other artillery battery in Vietnam at that time.
Is that right?
And we really were firing a lot, and including one particularly sad occasion when North Vietnamese came across the DMZ. The Arvins had taken over one howitzer position on a hill not too far from us, about a click and a half from us, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. And the NVA came across and decided they were going to take that hill, knock the Arvins off of it. And we were firing in support of that Arvin battery. And we were direct firing into the side of that hill, blowing North Vietnamese off of it like ants. But learned something about the North Vietnamese right there, they just kept going. I mean, you were a dedicated, committed group. But people will tell you that in Vietnam, I'm sure in other wars, if you fire a 50 caliber machine gun, for example, long enough, hard enough, the barrel will start to glow.
Right.
I had heard that, and I'd seen it actually happen when we opened fire in that time I mentioned previously. But I'd never seen a howitzer tube glow. But our guys were firing so hard, it was almost direct firing to that side of that mountain that we actually had a tube glowing.
My goodness.
But we couldn't stop it.
Right.
So I learned something about them there. Anyway, so I was very proud of my guys. They fought hard, they worked hard, they did everything I asked them to do. They didn't give me any particular trouble. And I just got a couple of guys who exercised bad judgment from time to time, but most of the time we were so dedicated to the proposition of staying alive and keeping the bad guys away from us.
Right.
That's where our total commitment was, everybody's total commitment. And so, one day, Brigadier General John G. Hill, the commander of the 5th Infantry Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st Brigade, 2nd, flew in his helicopter to our battery area and landed about 8 o'clock in the morning. I met him. So often, I was thrilled to see him because I thought, finally, he's going to come and tell my men how proud he is of them. And what a great job they had done fighting the rear guard action, firing more rounds than any battery in Vietnam. He was just proud of them and wanted them to know that. So I was excited to see him show up. He arrived just in the middle of a shift change because we fired 24 hours a day. So there were men coming off of the howitzers who had been up all night. They were unshaven. They looked pretty raggedy. They were picking up shell casings from powder canisters from the night's firing. So it was not a pristine
Right.
situation. It was a shift change. General Hill says to me, "Well, Captain," and there were some niceties and so forth. Says, "Captain," he said, "I don't know that much about artillery," which was true, I think. Tanker by trade. But he said, "What I see here is all wrong. And can you tell me why I shouldn't relieve you right now of command?" Well, as I've told a number of leadership classes, I was young and impetuous. And so I said, "Sir, I can't think of any reason. If you believe I should be relieved, I can't think of any reason why you shouldn't do it right now." I was so mad
Yes.
because I thought he was coming to thank my men and pat them on the back and shake their hands. Instead, he's looking at what he sees and says he doesn't like it and he's going to relieve me of command. And so he says, "Okay, you're relieved." He gets back on his helicopter, flies back to Point Tree. I go to my bunker, start packing my duffel bag. My military career is now over.
Right.
The field phone rings and it's Colonel Ridgway. "Well, what the hell are you doing up there? What is going on?" I told him the story. He said, "Don't go anywhere. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll get back to you." Well, I later heard from General Hill's aide, actually, who had been in a meeting between General Hill and Colonel Ridgway, I'm trying to remember. Colonel Ridgway went in and said, paraphrasing, I'm sure, but his words to the effect of, "You're the commanding general of this whole operation here, and you've got things to do other than go out relieving captains. I'm the one who selected that captain and my other captains. So if you think he's not doing the right job, if you think he's not the right guy for the job, Huffman, you should believe me, not him." That's what you call leadership.
Yes. For sure. Oh my gosh.
So
It's amazing.
General Hill said, okay, if you want him that bad, you can keep him. Because he wasn't about to leave Colonel Ridgway. Because his career, then his General Hill's career would be in jeopardy without his only artillery, but at the time, right, and a really good one. So Colonel Ridgway calls me back on the field phone and he says, "Okay, you're unrelieved." And he said, "Well, this is your one get out of jail free card. Don't ever do something like this again or I'm going to let it happen." Yes, sir. So I'm back in command after a short hiatus of a few hours. And but the reason I tell that story is so we're turning our battery in Da Nang. General Hill, the whole First Brigade of the 5th Mech is being retrograded and decommissioned. And so General Hill has been reassigned now as the deputy commander of the 101st Airborne Division. He calls me up and says, "I need a battery commander, and I'd like to offer you the job." It just goes to show you.
Right.
So I talked to Colonel Ridgway, and Colonel Ridgway said, "You know, I love you, but I love Ann more, and my wife."
Oh, yeah.
He said, "Here's my advice." He said, "I can't tell you what to do, grown man, and it's an offer to be a commander of a battery in the 101st Airborne Division is not an insignificant offer.
Yes.
People are fighting for command positions. And Buddy said, I have a position for you here in Da Nang on the 24th Corps staff as Assistant Secretary of the General Staff. My recommendation is that you take that position on the Corps staff here in Da Nang, rather than heading back out to the bushes with the 101st Airborne Division. So you've done your job.
Right.
And he said, I don't want to explain this to Ann if you go back out there. So, what I didn't know was he was writing Ann a letter every month.
Is that right?
Yeah. Great leadership.
No
Great
kidding.
leadership. Always try to remember that.
Yes.
And, extolling my virtues, telling her that I was doing a great job and I was safe.
Right. Right.
So, I was writing too, if I could. But anyhow, that was the end of my artillery experience. Now I'm on 24th Corps headquarters, staff in Da Nang, where we took some rocket attacks, but most of them were down at the air base, as opposed to 24th Corps headquarters. And the war was still going on. The Americal Division was part of 24th Corps. 101st Airborne Division was now in the 24th Corps. And so there was a live operational operation.
Right.
People were still dying. And, I don't know, the Americal during that time suffered a real overrunning of one of their units that made a lot of headlines at the time. Got their commanding general relieved. Colonel Powell was part of that unit at that time. Not as, I think he was a lieutenant colonel or something. And wasn't involved in this particular operation, but it was a horrific deal. I mean, they were killed and cut up. It was bad. One of the last, most tragic things that happened during the war until we tried to extract ourselves.
Right. At what point did you decide that you were going to make a career out of the Army?
It's kind of hard to say. When I was at Fort Sill, as a battery commander for Colonel Ridgway, who was again a great mentor, he said to me, Walter, you're pretty good at this stuff, and you're on the fast track. You're in command as a first lieutenant, and have you thought about staying in the Army? I said, yeah. I like the artillery. I like the Army. My family likes the Army. They like the camaraderie. They like the values of the people who are in the Army. He said, well, okay. Apply for a regular Army. At that time, I was still, everybody who wasn't regular Army, if you were a West Pointer, you came out regular Army. If you were an ROTC Distinguished Military Graduate, you came out regular Army. Everybody else was a reservist on active duty and subject to being, whisked away at a moment's notice. Not so easy if you're regular Army. So he said, apply for it. He said, I'm pretty sure you'll get it now. But he said, I guarantee if you wait till the end of this week,
Right.
Jesus Christ himself will be able to get an RA commission.
Right.
So I said, all right. So I did. So I'm a regular Army officer.
How quickly did that occur? And that was still at Fort Sill?
I was still at Fort Sill.
Okay.
And it was a couple of months process.
Was it just a
but
formality at that time?
It wasn't really a formality. I mean, you had to send in your record and you had to have recommendations and all this kind of stuff. But again, they were kind of looking for people who wanted to be in the Army
Right.
at that time.
Right, I'm sure.
So it was not as difficult as Colonel Ridgway said as it was going to be.
Yes.
So I'll tell you another leadership story if I
Okay,
can.
please.
Before we move on, as I said, we took a lot of rocket attacks and we fired more rounds than any other battery in Vietnam, according to Colonel Ridgway. He had no reason to lie about that. And so, depending on where I was, when a rocket attack would start, I would try to motivate myself up to our fire direction center so I could kind of make sure that our two gun, where we want to put the other two guns situation was under control. And at one of these times, my first sergeant and I were both down in our administrative bunker, and the rocket attack started, so we started making our way toward the fire direction center, which is probably 300 meters, maybe 400 from the administrative bunker. We were pretty well spread out to make sure they couldn't hit us all at once. And you could generally hear a rocket come whizzing in, and we had a lot of potholes the rockets had made, so you could dive into one if it came, and that's what First Sergeant and I did because we heard one coming pretty close. And that rocket came in, and I ended up with a cut across my cheek, and one of the fragments hit my leg, and actually the First Sergeant had to take it out. And so I said, First Sergeant, we're lying there in that hole.
Right.
I said, well, I guess I'm going to get my Purple Heart. He said, no. I said, that's not what's going to happen here, sir. I said, why? He said, because, he said, you know what we've been through. Lamb something, rocket, incessant rocket attacks. 52 men killed on our same fire base. He said, the men are tired and they're scared, but they believe that you're a talisman. And as long as you're not hurt, they're okay. But if you are hurt, they're going to start to feel really vulnerable. Bad things are going to happen. This is another leadership lesson.
Yes.
My first sergeant. So he said, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to your bunker. We'll put a Band-Aid on your face, tell people you cut yourself shaving, or change your pants, put a bandage on your leg, and get back to the fire direction center. So that's what we did.
How smart. That's a lot of foresight there.
That's senior NCO.
Yes.
Anybody who doesn't listen to senior NCOs is making a serious mistake.
Right.
And I had some really good ones.
Yes.
Both in the field artillery and in the JAG Corps. They gave me great advice and were very supportive. So,
Did you ever get a Purple Heart?
I did not. Never turned it in. Don't care.
Right. Wow.
But it was
Because there were more important things.
much more important things. And I think the first sergeant was probably exactly right. He had his finger on the tenor of the unit. What needed to happen or not happen, as the case may be. But it was funny, later on, one of our cooks, a jovial young man, not real smart, crafty, he was a Category 4 person, and he started drafting Category 4 guys.
Project 100,000.
Yeah. He was a cook. And I'm sure he did what the chief cook told him to do. Mess sergeant. But he stepped outside during a rocket attack for some ungodly reason. He stepped outside the bunker where the mess halls folks were housed. Because he said he had to take a leak. And how bad do you have to take a leak to step outside during a rocket attack?
Right.
But again, he was maybe not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Nice young man, horrible. He gets shrapnel right across his right shoulder. And it's not a real bad one. It's bad enough that the medics had to bandage him up. And, I think the mess sergeant gave him a couple of days off or something like that. Anyway, put him in for a Purple Heart. But I've often, when I gave it to him, I said, I don't know whether to say I'm sorry.
Right. Congratulations.
Congratulations on what here exactly, but I would say don't step outside during a rocket attack, even if you really have to be.
Right. There's a lesson in this.
So, whenever they have Purple Heart Day, of course, I know a lot of people, Purple Hearts are earning the hard way, but
Yeah.
sometimes think, on the other hand, there are some guys who are just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's the truth. Some people were just trying to go take a leak.
So, anyway, so,
Can we back up just a little bit, because there's a question or two that I haven't asked, and one of them is about your wife Ann. When did you meet her, and how?
my wife Ann and I had known each other since we were 3 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Our fathers coached together at Texas Tech.
Okay.
And actually, my dad hired her dad to be his assistant before the war. And then after the war, Dad came back to Tech, resumed his position. Coach Robinson, my wife's maiden name was Robinson, he resumed his assistant duties, but also he was an assistant football coach also at the same time. And then when Dad came back, the story I told you, after his heart attack, Coach Robinson by that time had taken Texas Tech to its first ever Southwest Conference championship in basketball, first Southwest Conference championship in any sport, because for a long time had not been in any of the Southwest.
Yeah.
And was the athletic director at Tech. I hired my dad to come back, so they both hired each other.
Is that right? How
So
interesting.
they were very dear friends, my
Right.
dad and Coach Robinson, and I'm told that Ann and I, when our parents would all get together, would play with each other
Is that
on
right?
the floor
Uh-huh.
when we were 3 or so.
Oh my goodness.
And like I said, we moved off to New Mexico, so
Yes.
didn't see her for quite a while, and had always thought of her as Coach Robinson's daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
It's Coach Robinson's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But it was actually a Letterman's banquet, Letterman's award ceremony. Everybody was getting their letters. It was in the school auditorium, the way they did it in those days at Lubbock High anyway. I'm getting my letter, and I'm sitting back down in the audience, and the tennis team comes up for their letters. And there's a letter person on the tennis team.
I see.
And they're announcing Ann Robinson. She didn't look. she looks different than the last time I thought about
She
her.
doesn't look like the coach's daughter anymore.
So I asked her for a date, and actually, I was dating my wife Kathy, second wife.
Oh, I see.
At the time,
Uh-huh.
we were going steady, Kathy and I. And I broke that off to date Ann Robinson, which Kathy has always reminded me of all the time.
Uh-huh.
They were both high school classmates of mine.
Oh my goodness.
And as I think I've told you, my second wife Kathy and I reunited at our 50th high school reunion, Lubbock High School reunion.
Okay.
Having both lost our spouses.
Oh, I see.
So it was, somebody said this ought to be a romance novel or something.
It really should.
But anyway, that's how Ann and I got
Yes.
together. And then we dated, for the most part, sometimes on and off, but for the most part, we dated all the way through Tech.
Mm-hmm.
And married. Okay, I'm going to record this.
Okay.
It's it's related.
Okay.
So Ann and I are going to get married in July of 1968. We even have some grave stuff that has July something 1968. I can't remember what exact date in July it was going to be. Then General Ayers, commander again of the Texas Brigade, which is this selected reserve force unit that's on orders for Vietnam,
Right.
tells me, Walt, we're probably going to be leaving in June.
Oh.
Ann and I talk about this. We decide we want to be married before I go. So we go and see my parents and tell them we're going to move the wedding date up to April. Explain why. So, understand? Or with you. Go to her parents. And I still can't believe he did this, because Coach Robinson was like a second father to me. I mean, we've known each other all our lives.
Right.
And he'd certainly known his daughter all her life. He said her mother, who was a sweetheart, says, oh gosh, I understand, we can make arrangements, we can make changes. And Coach Robinson says to me and Ann, as we explained, we're going to move the wedding up to April, and why? He said, well, he said, my experience, there's only one reason to move up a wedding, and I know what that is, and you know what that is.
Oh my goodness.
Ann was so mad. She stormed out of the house. I was on my way out of the house when Mrs. Robinson, Mom Robinson, caught up with me and said, go get her and come back in and sit down and have a cup of coffee.
Right.
We can talk this through.
My goodness.
Ann was so mad.
I can't even
And as
imagine.
you can imagine, 9 months later, she went over to her dad's house and said,
Right.
here I am.
You have a green light.
So anyway, we got married in April,
Yes.
it turned out, because we thought we were on our way to Vietnam in
Uh-huh.
June.
Yes.
The orders were canceled, as I said, when the political winds changed for the national guard.
Yes.
And then in July, we went on active duty anyway. So
And how long were you married? You and Ann?
46 years almost.
How many?
Almost 46 years.
My goodness, it's a long time. How did you lose Ann?
Cancer.
Sorry.
Lost 2 to cancer.
That's right. Kathy just recently passed, you said.
Yes.
Yes.
2 to cancer.
That's a lot of loss.
I'm not fond of cancer. And as I've said to many people, and I mean this quite sincerely, I was so blessed to have 2 lovely women who loved me in my life.
Right.
We enjoyed our time together, both a blessing to me
Yes.
and to others.
Yes.
And but the downside of that
Yes.
is it's 2 really
I can't even imagine.
heartfelt losses. It's tough. It's hard. It's
Yeah.
still hard in Kathy's case.
I'm sure.
I guess you never really get over it, but time does.
Right.
So,
So, jumping forward a little bit, when you left Vietnam, when did you decide that you were going into the JAG Corps?
as I said, I enjoyed the artillery. I was on orders to go to parachute training, jump school, en route to the artillery advanced course. Excuse me. At Fort Sill.
Yes.
When I came back from Vietnam, I commanded 2 batteries. Had a very good record, I'd say. And so that was my next. And the only reason I wanted to go to jump school wasn't because I thought the idea of jumping out of airplanes was a really good idea, but I knew it would be very competitive to get a command lieutenant colonel level at the battalion level. It's the only battalion that came open. It was in the 82nd or the 101st.
Right.
To be qualified. That's why I was going to do that.
That's
Instead, emergency orders. Requisition for experienced artillery captains at Fort Hood, Texas. We need you. So I get changed orders. Don't go to jump school. Don't go to the artillery advanced school. Go to Fort Hood. And another perfect Army story. I show up at Fort Hood.
Yes.
One of these in-demand experienced artillery captains. In-person interview at 3rd Corps personnel, officer personnel. The major looks up at me and says, "God, another artillery captain." He says, "What do you want to do?" I said, "I want to command." He said, "It's not going to happen." I said, "We are. You've commanded twice. You've got all these aviators." At that time, there was no aviation branch.
Right.
All the aviators were some other branch. Some of them were artillery. They had not had an artillery assignment, and they needed one. So they were going to get it.
Right.
And so they said, "Your next artillery command, if you're lucky, was going to be the battalion commander's lieutenant colonel captain." So I said, "Okay, what am I going to do?" He said, "Well, we need some people here in 3rd Corps officer personnel." So, okay, kind of truncating a lot of discussion,
Sure.
a lot of stuff going on here. So I ended up in officer assignments at 3rd Corps headquarters there at Fort Hood. And crappiest assignment I've ever had in my life, because going back to what Colonel Ridgway had told me about applying for RA, regular Army,
Right.
rifts started, reductions in force
Yes.
at the end of the war. RIF is just a nice way of saying we're throwing a whole bunch of people out. In the first couple of rifts, you figure probably some of those folks needed to go anyway.
Right.
But you get around to about the 3rd riff, you're starting to cut into some muscle.
Right.
Some really good people. And the sad thing about it was, two sad things about it was, my job was to go to the Fort Hood auditorium and explain to an auditorium full of fellow captains who were reserve officers why they were being riffs, and here's what their rights were, and here's what they were going to get, and what they weren't going to get. Crappiest job that anybody could ever possibly have. And most of them, sadly enough, at that time, too many of them were guys who had come in as enlisted, had a look of intelligence in their eyes. The Army was desperate for helicopter pilots. So it sent them to flight training, turned them into warrant officers, flying helicopters. They went to Vietnam, came back, maybe 18 months, back to Vietnam, back. Now they're being riffed because they don't have a college degree.
Right.
You know? They never had a chance to get a college
Right.
degree. And 2 tours of Vietnam, they're captains, they're doing flight pay, and all of a sudden they're going to be on the street with a high school diploma. And there's some call for helicopter pilots in the civilian community, but not that much of a call.
Right.
So that was a really crummy job. But in getting around to answering your question, while I was in 3rd Corps personnel, I got to know the judge advocates who were also at 3rd Corps headquarters. And they would come walking through from time to time carrying their satchels and so forth on their way to see the commander with their military justice cases and whatever else they were going to talk to the commander about. And as they were waiting to talk to the commander, sometimes I would talk to them, and they were a sharp group of guys. It seemed like they really liked their jobs. And I thought, if I'm going to be a staff officer, until I'm a lieutenant colonel, it seems like a more interesting staff position than what I have. Plus, Ann and I talked about this. I railed about the policies in Vietnam. About McNamara and his kids, all of whom were lawyers. And I said, maybe if I went to law school, I could make a difference next time this happens. Help make better policies. So, I'm going to get out and go to law school. I'll probably come back into the Army, maybe. Hadn't decided that. But I got to know the guy who was the senior lawyer there pretty well, a guy guy named Hugh Clausen. Colonel Hugh Clausen was senior lawyer at Fort Hood at the time, later became the Judge Advocate General himself. When we talked about going to law, I talked with him about going to law school and what I kind of thought about and so forth. And he calls me one day and he says, Walt, you haven't put in your discharge papers, have you? I said, no. He said, Congress has just passed the funded legal education program, FLEP program, which is going to allow each service to pick 15 officers, serving officers, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, we will pick 15 to be sent to law school at government expense. So I think you ought to apply. Thank you, Colonel Clausen.
All right.
I was right up against could not have more than 6 years of service to be eligible for this program. You had to have more than 2 years, less than 6. I was right up against it, but Colonel Clausen called up JAG personnel in Washington and said, you may first look at this, think he's not eligible, but I've done the math. He is. So again, people kind of look out for you, take care of you, and do good things for you. So I owed all that to Hugh Clausen, and so I applied and was one of the 15 selected. Fortunate. I applied to Tech, Baylor in Texas. Was fortunate to be selected. But both sets of grandparents were still in Lubbock.
I see.
And it's kind of rare for an Army person to get to go back home to Lubbock for 3 years. So I called JAG personnel and said, hey, I'd like to go to Tech. They said, fine, go to law school, go. So I did. And again, it was a full ride, and I was being paid as a captain while I was in law school. So it was a great way to go to law school. And I felt so sorry for our classmates. We held a lot of parties at our house because they were all living on beans and cornbread.
Oh my gosh, yes, right.
Here I was drawing the exalted pay of a captain in the U.S. Army. Plus I wasn't having to pay for any law school issues. So that's how I went to law school, and then the other side of that, of course, was that after 3 years of law school, when I graduated, I owed the Army 6 years.
Oh, okay.
2 for 1, which was a more than fair deal. But as I mentioned, I hope this doesn't sound too self-aggrandizing, but I did graduate first in my class. And I was editor-in-chief of the Law Review, a very prestigious position in law schools.
Yes.
So Fulbright and Jaworski had offered me a position, and I told them at that time they were the premier law school, law firm in Houston, maybe Texas, maybe the nation. But I told them I had the 6-year obligation. They said, well, when you finish that 6 years, come see us. So Ann and I, at the end of the 6 years, thought about it. Thought about it again every time some other milestone came up. But the Army they do a good job of this, I'll say for them. Say, how'd you like to go to Germany? How'd you like to have this assignment? How's this sound to you? Fort Ord, California, Charlottesville, Virginia. And every time we would say, well, let's stay in and go do this, and then we'll see. And after a while, 33 years had passed, and you return as a major general. So
the time just flies, doesn't it?
it does.
So, when did you make major? You were a captain for all through law school, so when did major come?
Yeah, well, it's another rather humorous story. Humorous to some, unbelievable to others. as always happens when war ends, the rapid promotions also end.
Yes.
So I'm looking at being captain for a good long period of time, 7, 8 years. But I'll say unbelievably to many, the artillery branch selected me below the zone. They're familiar with, there's the zone, which are going to be considered primary zone for promotion. Below the zone, you're not actually in the primary zone, but if you have really, really outstanding record, you might be selected below the zone. And then there's above the zone. If you're not selected one time, you still get a chance to try it again. Many people are selected above the zone. And kind of a second look.
I see.
But I was selected below the zone by field artillery branch while I was enlisted.
Is that right?
And I don't know whether they didn't understand where I was, or it was just a mistake.
Do you just say thank you and move forward?
I got a notice, hey, you've been selected for major. I said, I'm not even in the zone. I said, you've been selected for major.
All right.
Zone.
There you go.
Yeehaw. So it's created a little bit of a problem because I'm a brand new JAG. But now I'm going to be senior to more experienced JAGs as I'm trying to learn the trade.
Right.
So my first staff judge advocate, he was a great guy at Fort Ord, a guy named Jim Green.
Jim what?
Jim Green.
Green. Okay.
Wonderful fellow. Very talented, very smart, great leader. His wife had multiple sclerosis and he carried her to every, a lot of credit to her, every event. And in those days, I don't want to say that it was required that you attend, but it was certainly
In your best interest.
And she would go and he would carry her upstairs to these various functions and so forth. Great guy. She was a great woman. Him loved her. She loved him. Anyway, so he says to me, you need to kind of cut your teeth as a prosecutor. But the problem is, the guy who is the chief of justice, senior prosecutor, is junior to you. That is to say, he's not a promotable captain.
I see.
And he said, is that a problem? I said, not at all. I said, I want to learn. I will respect his position and his experience. I will tell him that myself, that whatever he wants me to do, I'll do it the way he says to do it, because I'm here to learn from him. And so that's what happened. And so I got some valuable experience as a prosecutor. But then when I became a major, actually, it was quite a while.
Okay.
Halfway into my tour at Fort Ord, because of the selection below the zone and
Yes.
the way the promotions go, is you're on the tail end of that particular promotion.
Okay.
So it was a while. I was a promotable captain for quite a while. I'm promoted to major, so Colonel Green says, okay, I'm going to make you the chief of defense. And Fort Ord was a very busy jurisdiction. We had a big confinement facility there that was full of AWOLs and deserters and so forth from Vietnam. And so we were trying cases every day, and various and sundry kinds, and plus, the drug problem was a problem. And then you had your basic sexual assaults and aggravated assaults, robberies, this and that and the other, still draftees. Some of them brought with them their civilian proclivities, wherever they might be.
Yes.
And once they were kind of in a safe place, they could use those
Yes.
better than they could, say, in Charlie II in Vietnam.
Right.
So I had 7 lawyers working for me in the defense office.
Wow.
As defense counsel, and good lawyers. Most of them were guys who had opted for the JAG Corps rather than be drafted They had volunteered for the JAG Corps.
Yes.
So they were not what you might call enthusiastic members of the Army. But they were really good lawyers.
Okay.
And we had to wear dress greens to court. And we had one hat. These guys were going to spend their money buying dress hats. So we had one hat that just moved around as to who was going to court that day. Just one. I, of course, had my own hat, but they didn't.
They shared the hat.
The other 7 guys shared the hat.
Right.
Who's got the hat? But like I said, they were good lawyers, and they took their job very seriously. And now defense in the military is a separate entity. The Trial Defense Service. They took it out from under the SJAs and commanders. Made it separate, so you get away from the appearance of impropriety.
Sure.
How the commanders and staff judge advocates had their thumb on the scales of justice.
Right.
But in those days, it was not that way. But Colonel Green, who was, like I said, a great guy and a great lawyer, said to me, when I became chief defense counsel, he said, well, there are going to be some contentious trials between you and the government, and your guys in the government. I'm here to tell you, the only time you'll ever be in trouble with me is if you or your people fail to zealously represent their clients. He really believed that two systems worked best when both sides played as hard as they could. And he was true to his word. We did have some contentious cases, some of which didn't reflect real well on the command, but he was true to his word. He never wavered, never varied, treated me very well in terms of evaluations. Great guy. So, that was my job, my first job as a major, as chief of defense. Fort Ord. Do we have time for me to tell one or two defense stories?
We have as much time as you need, I think.
There was a West Point graduate, his name was Finley, who graduated, of course, from West Point, and then when he got orders from Vietnam, instead, he deserted. And came back after the war was over, turned himself in. So we've got him in our confinement facility over at Fort Ord. And I say to him, you're an officer, so we're going to court-martial you. He says, I don't care. Because his thinking was, his dad was an equity banker or something like that in New York, and didn't care what. In fact, his theory was that he would get a dishonorable discharge. Actually, it's not called that for officers, but it's the same thing. It's called a dismissal for officers. It is a dishonorable discharge. Same thing as a dishonorable discharge in the officer corps. And he figured he would get a dismissal to work for his dad. No harm, no foul. So we court-martialed this guy. And for reasons that are not real clear to me, he decided he wanted to take the stand. And he wanted to say to the judge, Lieutenant Colonel Nancy Hunter, first female field grade judge in the Army JAG Corps, mean as a snake. A very good criminal lawyer. She had taught criminal law at the JAG School. She was a really good criminal lawyer, and she was a hard judge. So he decided he wanted to tell Judge Hunter before sentencing all about why what he did was the right thing. This was an immoral war, it was an unlawful war, it was this, all the cliches that came out of the protests against Vietnam. And Judge Hunter was singularly unimpressed, but what it did was give me a chance. I was still a prosecutor at this time, I should have said. I was still a prosecutor now. That's why I was telling her court martial. And gave me a chance as prosecutor to ask him some questions, since he was on the stand and under oath and he had volunteered to get up there. So, the old adage in the legal field is never ask a question to which you do not know the answer, but I did anyway. I said, well, you're probably going to get a dismissal out of this. He said, yeah, I expect that. And I said, well, when you're dismissed from the Army, what are you going to do? That was the question I asked. I didn't know the answer to. I expected it to be something like, well, I'm going to go work for my dad in New York or whatever. Instead, what he said was, I think I'll take my dad's yacht and sail around the world and just kind of enjoy myself for a year or so. And you could see the smoke coming out of the judge's ears at that time. So I said, can I have a recess? And the judge says, yeah. So I called up West Point and I said, how much does West Point education cost? At that time, it was like $225,000.
Oh my goodness.
And I looked up a provision in the manual for court martial, the military criminal code, Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it said that you can fine a person for theft of government property. I thought, that was tax money, government tax money. Government time and effort.
Right.
And he hadn't paid any of it back, and so he should be fined $225,000. Less, whatever it was, he'd only served like 30 days on active duty after he graduated, 41 day long, deserted. So I had this information all documented and went back in and I said, okay, Your Honor, we're ready to go to sentencing. So his defense counsel gets up and says, despite what Lieutenant Finley said, we recognize that what he did was a violation of military law. He is correctly characterized as a deserter, and we are fully willing to accept the dismissal that comes with that. I said, as a prosecutor at this time, so I think he should be dismissed, but he also owes the government for the time he didn't put in following the government paying for him to go. The taxpayers of the United States paid for him to go to West Point, $225,000. And here's this provision in the Uniform Code of Military Justice that says theft of government property is subject to a fine. So it seems to me he has stolen taxpayer money by going as a deserter. And and I said, besides that, I said, instead of sailing around the world, I think he ought to go to jail.
Right.
And so I asked for 6 months confinement. Defense counsel's apoplectic. Says that provision applies to, stealing a truck or a rifle or something like that. It doesn't apply to this situation at all. It's never been applied to this situation at all. I said, I agree, it's never been applied to this situation at all, but you can't disagree with the fact that he has stolen government property, namely taxpayer money and government professors' time. And he owes it back. And he, as I say, was really upset.
Yes.
Judge Hunter says, I'll take this all under advisement. She takes it under advisement for about 5 minutes, comes back and says, Lieutenant Finley, I'm sentencing you to a dismissal, a fine of $225,000 and 6 months in jail. Confinement of 4 months. I mean, he and the look on his face was worth the price of admission.
Oh my goodness.
Well, asshole. Pardon me.
Right.
But he was, and so arrogant. So,
That is something else.
so that goes up on appeal. because it was a unique situation. And the military appellate court says, it's a 3-judge court, they overturned the fine. For some reason, I never have understood this. I never talked to any of them who were on that panel about why they did this. Instead of $225,000, they lowered the fine to $30,000. But the rationale was, what the defense had argued, this provision of the Uniform Code of Military Justice did not apply to this situation. So he didn't know any fine at all. The 3rd judge not only wanted to overturn the conviction, he wanted to punish me. he said, what Captain Huffman has done here in this unique interpretation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice borders, fortunately he did use the term, borders on professional misconduct, which is a dangerous statement.
Right.
You lose your license or stuff like that. But he was only one judge, and he did say borders on it, he didn't say it, did it. And the court said, the appellate court said, if Congress believes people in a situation like Lieutenant Finley and others who fail through their own misconduct to complete the obligation they owe for military academies, or an ROTC scholarship for that matter, if Congress believes that there should be reimbursement to the government in those situations, Congress should say so. And the next year, Congress passed a law. So we do think that's true. Here's the law.
Wow.
So wow, that one more case at Fort Ord came a brand new law from Congress. And more importantly, Finley went to jail, which I hope he hated it every minute. But, so that was my prosecutor story, actually.
Right.
My defense counsel story has several tangents to it, but in the military, you can request a particular defense counsel. And if that defense counsel is made available, they're yours. Otherwise, you're going to be assigned one. And everybody gets a defense counsel, but if there's one in particular you want, you can ask for it, and if the command makes them available. Okay, so, Sergeant at Fairbanks, Alaska, is a warehouse sergeant. Charge against him is selling government generators to the people out in the wilds from his warehouse.
Oh my goodness.
So the government's going to drop the ball on him, and he's an E7. He's a warehouse supervisor. So he somehow talks to somebody who says, ask for this guy Huffman to defend him. He's the chief defense counsel down there, and he's got a reputation. So he did. So off I go to Alaska. The command made me available. I think because of the seriousness of the event and because this guy was a senior enough guy, he didn't trust anybody in Alaska to
I
defend
see.
him.
Okay.
So off I go to defend, and the court-martial is going to happen in Anchorage, which is the headquarters of the Army there in Alaska. But the scene of the crime again is in Fort Wainwright, which is in Fairbanks, in the interior.
Okay.
So I get to Anchorage, it's January, it's 10 below, people are in t-shirts, I mean, they're thinking it's a warm spell there in Fairbanks, or in Anchorage, 10 below, and they said, well, you're probably going to want to see the scene of the crime. I said, yeah. So, all right, and they gave me a parka, and muffins, and boots, and all this kind of stuff, and put me on a plane, Army plane, flew me up to Fairbanks. Got to Fairbanks, it was 51 below zero.
Oh my goodness.
There were ice crystals hanging in the air. Couldn't even see the administrative building when we landed. The pilot says, Major, stay out in this more than a minute or two, or freeze your nose and your ears and everything else.
Right.
He said, the building's over there.
Right.
He said, yeah. So I took off that direction. Anyway, It's a good thing I went up there because the warehouse situation at Fort Wainwright was not what you might call perfect accounting, but just to say, when you look at the books, you might be able to say something was missing, but you didn't know what it was. You didn't know how many there were. Certainly didn't know where it went. And basically, you can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt that there'd ever been a generator in that warehouse. Other than people said, yeah, we saw generators. But then some generators, of course, went where they were supposed to.
Right.
To Army units.
Right.
And so I went back to Fort Wainwright to Anchorage. But the trip back to Anchorage was the real reason I told the story, because we take off for Anchorage. It's a twin-engine Army Harper Bonanza, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only passenger. It's been flown by 2 World War officers who are experienced Alaska people. We get to Anchorage and the wind is up so high that every time we try to land, the wind blows us off the runway. So we can't land, so we circle around. We do that 2 or 3 times, and finally the old chief warrant officer says, Major, we're running out of gas. We're going to have to land. He said, I'm going to try to do what's called a power squat. So that basically means I'm going to drive this thing straight into that runway. I'm going to hope for the best. He said, we've got to go down, otherwise we're going down. So he said, here's the position I want you to assume. In between your legs, you know. All strapped up. He dove that thing in there. We hit the runway, bounced, turned 180 degrees, so when we landed on the runway again, we were going backwards down the runway.
Wow.
And then we eventually turned sideways and went off the runway, but we survived.
Yes.
But I said, you know, so but I did get this sergeant was retirement eligible, my client. And I explained to the commander and to the staff judge advocate there, I said, you guys, you're never going to prove this. Your books are shot. Of course, he was the bookkeeper.
Oh.
Said, there's no way you're going to be able to prove. Because who knew where those generators were out there in the wilds of around Fairbanks.
Right.
I mean, people still communicated by radio out there at that time. And they would actually broadcast something on the radio saying, you know, Joe Carpenter, if you're listening to this, we really need you to come in because you got a big old package here from lower 48 and we're not sure what's in it, but we'd like for you to come and get it, Joe. And that kind of stuff on the radio, like a radio station. Back to music. Anyway.
Wow.
So the command was willing to take non-judicial punishment. Article 15, as you may recall, NJP, the Air Force calls it non-judicial punishment.
Right.
A step below the court-martial. And they gave him the maximum fine they could. And they reduced him one rank. So that's all they could do, Article 15. And he retired. With a lot of money, I imagine.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. But the tie-in to that story is when I became Judge Advocate General, the Uniform Code of Military Justice also requires the Judge Advocate General, or somebody he designates, he or she designates, I should say now, to go to each general court-martial jurisdiction in the world every year to ensure that justice is being done and that things are going where they're supposed to go. So I become Judge Advocate General, and they said, okay, here's the schedule that your predecessor followed. And I said, Alaska in February? He said, well, yeah, June Ardati, my predecessor, great guy, good friend. he felt like it showed solidarity to the guys in Alaska to go up there in the wintertime, show them that he wasn't afraid to go up there in the wintertime. He was with them.
Right.
He would suffer the hardship with them. I said, not me. I said, I've been there in the wintertime. You set me up in June, July, or August to go to Alaska. So that's what I did.
Oh, my goodness.
So anyway, that finished my Fort Ord,
Yes.
my first JAG assignment. And two pretty exciting events.
Yes.
A lot of exciting events, but those two particularly stood out to me.
Mm-hmm. How did you go from this young captain to being the judge advocate general for the entire army?
Nose to the grindstone, do the job in front of you, work hard, have good mentors, people who put you in the right places. Keep trying to do the best you can and establish the kind of record that causes people to say, let's use Huffman in this next really good job.
Yes.
And so throughout the rest of my JAG career, my next assignment actually was to the JAG advanced course in Charlottesville, Virginia.
I see.
I finished near the top of that class, and so I was asked to stay on as a professor at the JAG school. Did that, great assignment. Then I was selected for Armed Forces Staff College, which is, for officers, there are stepping stones, milestones, gate posts, whatever you want to call them. But if you don't make it, you know where your career is finishing. If you are not selected for Armed Forces Staff College or Command and General Staff College, that's what they want. You're not going to be a colonel.
I see.
You're not going to be a full colonel.
I see.
So I was selected for Armed Forces Staff College and still Lieutenant Colonel. Well, actually promoted to Lieutenant Colonel while there. And then assigned as the senior lawyer for the 2nd Armored Division forward in Karlstadt, Germany. It was the most junior staff judge advocate of the general court martial jurisdiction in the nation. So it's a big, I just mention that because, again, people are kind of propelling me forward.
Yes.
People who are my friends and people who believe I had something to offer. So I did that, and it was a great job. I mentioned, I was thinking I was going to be there 3 years. I was only there 2 because I got a call from JAG personnel, boss, chief of JAG personnel, who said, "You're coming back to Washington." And I said, "We got a 3rd year here. We're going to travel to England and all this stuff." And he said, "You're coming to Washington. You're going to be my deputy in JAG personnel."
Wow.
So you don't turn down an assignment. Well, obviously, you turn it down anyway, but you certainly don't turn down an assignment like that because the JAG Personnel Office is actually the Personnel Plans and Training Office. And it is considered to be the educational cauldron for future general officers.
I see.
You learn about the JAG personnel business, you learn about force structure, you learn about budgeting, you learn about all these things that are really important for the overall health of the JAG Corps. As a worker being in personnel plans and training. So I came back and I did that. Then my boss, Colonel Kim Gray, was selected for the War College, the big War College. So then I became chief of JAG personnel, was promoted to colonel. And again, it was a great learning experience. And you also work closely with the Judge Advocate General and the Deputy Judge Advocate General, so you see what they do and how they operate and why they do what they do. You get to sit in on meetings with them. Very informative position. So then I was selected for the War College, which again is one of those milestones. If you're not selected for the War College, you're not going to be a general.
Okay.
It's not a guarantee that you are going to be a general, but you're certainly not going to be a general if you're not selected for the War College. And to give you an idea, at that time in the JAG Corps, there were only 5 slots per year.
Wow.
So it was a big deal to be selected.
Yeah.
So I went to the National War College at Fort McNair there in Washington, D.C. President Reagan gave our commencement address. It's pretty awesome.
Yes.
The nice thing about the National War College as opposed to the Army, Navy, or Air Force War Colleges is that it was a joint college. So I had Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, actually CIA, State Department, FBI, classmates. It's very, just being in an atmosphere where you're talking to them and they're discussing issues related to the policies of the United States, things they've seen, the way they do it.
Yes.
Very, very important. A lot of really smart people. And so then Ann and I are talking, and we want to go back to Germany because we didn't get our full German tour the first time.
Right.
So I asked to be assigned as the staff judge advocate at 7th Corps in Stuttgart, which was probably the premier assignment in Germany for colonel shipment. And they gave it to me. So off we went to Stuttgart. We're happy. You know, I've got the largest jurisdiction, general court martial jurisdiction in Germany. There's still a 250,000 soldiers, U.S. soldiers in Germany. And so it's a big deal, a lot of stuff going on. And I had 7 branch offices. And my branch offices were awesome places. Munich, Augsburg, Heilbronn. I mean, you know, they didn't, some of them not as well known as others, but I felt like if we're going to have to get all my officers in charge of these legal offices together every so often, we ought to do it in October in Munich. Which all of my officers in charge of these branch offices thought was just a brilliant idea.
So was Ann allowed to travel with you during these times?
Yeah, she was in the middle of everything.
How many children did you have at this time?
3.
Okay.
And Burl, actually the oldest, was a tech at this time. So
Oh, wow. Okay.
the 2 youngest was Becky and Ross. And they were thriving. I guess I should say this, that Becky was a 3-sport letter winner and a high school captain. At least one of the teams, if not 2 of them, voted most athletic female in her high school, and she was a homecoming queen.
Oh, my goodness.
So she had a pretty good years, a couple of years.
Sounds like it.
Right. And Ross, the youngest, played soccer on a European Championship soccer team. So they were all, anyway, we're all over there thinking things are good, you know.
Yes.
All these, we're in the right place. Right there on the cusp of Bavaria and branch offices in Bavaria. And it was a big job. I don't mean to say it was a playground, but because it was a big job and there was a lot going on. But then, in November of 89, is that right?
Lots of things started happening around that time.
We get notified that we are being deployed to Saudi Arabia to free Kuwait. So once again, our European vacation is truncated somewhat. And off I go with General Fred Franks, another great guy. I had the honor of working for wonderful, wonderful general officers as commanders throughout. Just great people, great Americans, smart guys, good soldiers. Fred Franks had lost his leg from the knee down in Vietnam. Fought to stay in the Army. They said if you can pass the PT test, you can stay.
And you did.
He did.
That takes a lot of guts.
West Point graduate. And just a wonderful guy. He and his wife Denise both became dear friends of ours in addition to being my boss. And Ann and Denise Franks became very close because when we deployed, they actually created, and I think this is fair to say, that Ann and Denise Franks and Minnie Gilliland, who was my sergeant major's wife, and another great soldier, John Gilliland, my sergeant major, that I took with me to Desert Storm. They created what I would call the first family support unit, because they encouraged families to stay there in Germany rather than go back to the States, because that's where the information flow was going to come.
Right.
And so, Ann, Denise, and Minnie, and some others really worked hard to try to make sure that there was a center for the spouses who were left behind to come to get information, to pass out information, had rudimentary emails that they would send out. It really was the beginning of what's now a formalized family support group process.
You had mentioned this deploying from Germany as kind of an ironic.
Yes, we thought we were deployed in Germany. So
How can you deploy from a deployment?
We thought, how can that happen? We're already deployed. But I called a friend of mine up who was the staff judge advocate at 3rd Corps at Fort Hood, which had always been rumored. The 82nd Airborne was already there, 101st Airborne was already there. But the Iraqi Army had tanks out the wazoo, that is to say a lot of tanks. And these two airborne outfits, I don't care how heroic you are, as an airborne infantryman standing up to a tank division, it's real hard work. So they knew that an armored division needed to come, an armored corps really. It was 18th Airborne Corps, the headquarters of those two outfits was there as well, before us. And so the rumor was that 3rd Corps was going to come out of Fort Hood. We would deploy 3rd Corps, 3rd Armored Corps, Fort Hood with their divisions. And so when we got our deployment orders, I called the guy who was the SJ of 3rd Corps. I said, why us? What's wrong? I thought you guys were going. He said, our motto is, we won't fight and you can't make us. It was a great win.
That's very good, yes.
But, so anyway, 7th Corps deployed, and we were joined by other units. The 1st British Armored Division, 1st Infantry Division out of Fort Riley, Kansas, which really belonged to 3rd Corps, and was sent along to be part of us. And we already had the 1st Armored, 3rd Armored, 1st Cav was later deployed to us. Say 1st British Armored, 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment. It was the largest deployed corps in the history of warfare.
Wow.
The largest. 5 divisions in an Armored Cavalry Regiment. So it was a massive operation. And our job was free Kuwait, because the Iraqis had invaded Kuwait, taken it over, claimed it was another province of Iraq or something like that. And so, anyway, there we were in the Saudi Arabian desert, moving along toward the Kuwaiti border. A lot of people ask me, you don't like to go camping, do you? I said, no, I do not like to go camping. The Army has provided me with 2 great opportunities to go camping. I didn't enjoy either one of them, and I don't want to camp anymore.
That 118 degrees in the shade.
Yeah, and in January, at night in the desert, it drops from that 119 degrees to like 30 or something. It's
wow.
Bones off. It's amazing the crummy weather. I don't know how anybody lives there. But,
So how long did that last, and what was your job there?
well, I was the senior lawyer
Okay.
for 7th Corps.
Right.
And so I was responsible for, technically responsible for the law in all these various divisions.
What did that look like?
was good because each one of those divisions had a very talented lieutenant colonel as their staff judge advocates.
Yes.
And they had the trust of their commanders. They knew what was going on. We would gather every so often, either remotely or in person, to talk about how we were going to do things. And so, for example, one of the things we did was we decided we were going to try courts martial as far forward as we could, rather than bring people back to be court-martialed somewhere. And which is what happened in Vietnam, for example. Right. If you got court-martialed, you went back to Long Binh or Saigon or wherever, Da Nang, got you out of the field.
Yeah. Yes.
And so the Iraqis had built this earthen berm around the border of Kuwait, with a trench behind it, I mean, from the excavation of the berm itself. And our combat engineers, the combat engineer brigade that we had in 7th Floor, one of their roles was going to be to run up there with what is called Bangalore torpedoes, which are kind of long pipes filled with explosives, and try to blow holes in this berm so our troops could move on through. We also outfitted tanks in the 1st Armored Division with rolling plows that were called, basically turned them into bulldozers.
Well, that World War II technology.
And because we had to get through that berm.
Right.
And as I'll explain in just a minute, the berm was important for a lot of reasons. But so anyway, to tell the military law story about this. So a young private in, actually was a specialist in E4, in the combat engineer unit was told, you've been chosen. You're going to get to be one of the guys that leads the charge with one of these Bangalore torpedoes toward that berm. He told the sergeant, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do that. The sergeant said, you don't seem to understand this is not a request. This is called an order. He said, unkind words to the sergeant, which basically meant, I'm not doing it.
I'm not going to do it.
So he said, well, then you're going to be court-martialed. He said, fine, send me back to Germany and court-martial me. I don't care. At least I'll be alive. So instead, we found a courageous military judge who was willing to come out of Riyadh. Because the first time I called on and said, you want court-martial, bring him back here to Riyadh. The second one I called, hanging Herb Green, said, sure, I'll come out there. He was a colonel, he was a very experienced judge, tough guy. He came out there, we set up a tent in the engineer brigade area, invited anybody who wanted to come to watch the trial. Set the judge up, flags, little field desk, try to make it look as courtroom-like as you can in that situation. And Judge Green, it's a different Green than former SJA. It's a Herb. The key with having military members throughout this military operation, the military justice system, and the combat department, some people have encouraged, some people have said, yeah, we ought to just civilianize the military justice system. I don't think civilian lawyers didn't want to go do what we were doing.
Right. That's right.
But anyway, so Judge Green hears this story and he says, okay, son, he said, I'm reducing you to private E1 from E4. And I'm fining you the maximum fine that I can fine. And I'm sending you back to Europe.
Wow.
So he was going to get to carry that Bangalore torpedo as a private E1 instead of as an E4. But that was the key to having this. And of course, there were a lot of people in the tent, and of course, birds. Word spread really quick. This is a bad idea, it doesn't work. Don't be telling your sergeant to get hosed, because they're going to court-martial you and still send you into combat.
Right.
So that really set a good precedent, and we continued that throughout. Fortunately, we didn't have a lot of course martial because the whole thing only lasted, the war was 100 hours.
Right.
Our whole deployment was 6 months.
Mm.
So soldiers didn't have a lot of time to get into a lot of trouble. I mean, some of them did, some of them shot their NCOs and things like that.
Is that right?
But overall, that worked out well. And then General Franks called me in one day and he said, we had the corps surgeon in there, well, our senior doctor, named Bob Griffin, great guy, later became a general also. And he says, here's the deal. The artillery that the Iraqis have is not very good. Their fire direction is not nearly as sophisticated as ours is. But, as we understand it, they have zeroed in on that berm. So they know exactly what deflection and elevation to fire to hit that berm. So that's where we expect to encounter the Iraqi artillery, on that berm. And he said, furthermore, our intelligence tells us that they have rounds, artillery rounds, filled with sarin gas, nerve gas, kill you. And they have rounds that are filled with a biological agent, botulism toxin. So he said, there's only so much we can do about the high explosive rounds. But he said to the doctor, he said, is there something we can do to help protect our soldiers from this sarin gas and from this botulism? And Dr. Griffith says, well, we can give people atropine, which will keep them from being killed by sarin gas. It will lessen the influence of sarin gas on them if they're hit with sarin gas. So atropine does cause heart attacks in some people, which is why we don't just routinely give it to people. But that's the antidote for sarin gas, if you think we're going to encounter it. And so we don't really have an FDA-approved solution for this botulism thing. So we've got a shot. It's, like I say, not FDA-approved. We think protect against botulism. We don't know what the side effects are really. It's been studied some, and not a lot of people have fallen over dead. So those are what we have. And so then General Franks turns to me and says, well, Judge, he said, if I give an order to all the troops who are going to go in the first wave over the berm to take the shots, those 2 shots, will that be illegal? So, do you believe it's imperative to mission accomplishment? Those soldiers take that shot to protect them in the assault on the berm? He said, I do. I said, well, then it's illegal order. So he said, all right. I said, you and Bob and I are going to go down and take the first shots. We're going to be first in line.
Yeah.
Good leadership.
Can I reload?
Good leadership. So we did. We went down and we made a big show of being the first 3 people in line. As the soldiers were being told, hey,
Right.
we'll give you these shots to protect you against what we think might happen. We didn't go into great detail about it. But as it turned out, not hit with sarin or Botox, of course.
Yes.
But what did happen was General Franks again we're in the era now where CNN is
Right.
So General Franks is attuned to that issue and the fact that he's an honorable man and believes in the law anyway. The attack starts and he calls me up. I'm the forward TOC, Tactical Operations Center at this time. It's where the honorable when the war started. So I've been in the rear TOC, taking care of administrative issues and course martial, stuff like that, contracting. And a claim story that I'll tell you about. But he calls me and he said, well, he said, here's what I'm seeing from the helicopter. He said, we're assaulting the berm. Our roan plows are toppling the berm into the ditch behind it, and we're burying people alive when we're doing that. And he said, along the line, there are some people waving white flags, but we're still taking fire also. So he said, do I need to, is this burying these people illegal? Do we need to stop? He better stop if I told him, I guess. And I said, you don't have time to look this up in the law books, you know. I said, there are a lot of ways to die in a war, and this is one of them. And a roan plow is not an illegal weapon. So our obligation is to inform the International Committee for the Red Cross that there are graves there.
Oh, I see.
And that's it, just keep going. He said, what about these white flags? I said, if a unit is surrendering, you've got to accept that surrender. And if one individual comes walking out waving a white flag, don't shoot him. But as long as there's people still firing, the fact that one guy is waving a white flag, keep the attack going.
Yeah.
Just keep attacking. He said, Roger.
You got some big calls to make.
That was very interesting.
Yes,
People
but that's a big decision.
do you think John Franks would have really stopped if he'd have told him to? I said, I never said this certainly would have stopped. Because I'm saying,
Yeah.
no, he believed in the law, but
Yeah, and CNN, right.
that was a big deal about all those guys being buried alive. And
Yeah.
I was asked about that, and I said, same thing I told you. Not an illegal weapon. A lot of bad ways to die. This is one of them. War's hell. We notified the International Committee for the Red Cross. There were Iraqi graves right there. So,
So were these the heaviest decisions that you had to deal with?
well,
During Desert
there were others. For example, the Iraqis started, when General Franks developed what's been famously known as the left hook.
Mm-hmm.
General Schwarzkopf tried to take credit for it, but I happened to be in the meeting where General Franks created it. And it worked like a charm. Caught the Iraqis by surprise. Fendered one way, left hook with two armored divisions to the left. And a lot of the Iraqis in the frontline units anyway didn't want to be there starting that, so they surrendered pretty quick, especially once they saw two tank divisions coming down. And our tanks were so superior to their tanks that before they could get a round off, we could kill them.
Right.
And sadly, the most people we lost were to friendly fire. Which, and I'll just briefly say this so it doesn't come across wrong. We did have some artillery rounds fall short, and some people were killed that way, and there were some other incidents of sort of a, I guess it's called minor nature when somebody gets killed, but
Right.
it wasn't given the scope of this war.
Mm-hmm.
But the Iraqis did one smart thing one time, and they buried their tanks down to the turret and spread them out. And so when our first line of tanks and our armored personnel carriers came through, they didn't do anything and we didn't see them.
Oh.
Then, because the most vulnerable part of the tank or armored personnel carrier is the rear, the Iraqi tanks spun around their turrets and fired into the backs of our personnel carriers and tanks that had passed through. Especially devastating to the personnel carriers that had our infantry in it. And but what was worse was the follow-on tank unit, U.S. tank unit, saw these this was all happening at night. Saw these bursts as these Iraqi rounds hit the backs of our armored personnel carriers, and it appeared to them that they were being fired on. So they fired back. So all of a sudden, our own armored personnel carriers are not only being shot at by the Iraqis, they're being shot at by our tanks. So a lot of guys were killed and injured. It was the worst, actually, of the whole thing as far as U.S. casualties were concerned. And so I guess you could say, well, the Iraqis did a good job. They eventually paid for it.
Yeah.
But that was one thing General Franks asked me to do during the war, which I guess I was honored that he asked me to do it. But I think it was in part because I was a former field artillery officer. He asked me to do the investigations on friendly fire incidents.
Oh.
So I investigated all of these, including that one. And it was, you couldn't tell whether the guys who were killed in those armored personnel carriers were killed by the Iraqis, or killed by U.S. forces.
Right.
Just couldn't tell. So.
Now, were you right on the scene of those things? Or
No, not when they happened.
Or, yeah, I mean, did you actually see the soldiers that were killed?
I didn't see the soldiers that were killed. The bodies were gone.
Right.
But I saw the aftermath.
Yes.
And I had experts with me too who said, this is an Iraqi shell impact, this is a U.S. shell impact. But, and the same thing, even though I was a former field artillery officer, when we had a very serious incident when an artillery unit fired short, we landed in the middle of our forces instead of the Iraqis. I had some artillerymen with me. I wouldn't be able to take that all on myself.
Right.
Even though I was the one responsible for writing the final report as to who should be held responsible, if anyone. And but anyway, this left hook happened, and a lot of the Iraqis were surrendering en masse. So I get this call from one of the division commanders, who later became a four-star general himself. And he said, hey, Walt, he said, these Iraqis we've got tons of them, thousands of them. And I can't be dragging these people along with me here because they're slowing me down. Can I just give them all a bottle of water and an MRE and tell them to start walking south back toward where our confinement facility is located? I said, no, sir, you cannot, because once we have those prisoners, we're responsible under the conventions for their safety. And if we send them walking back across the desert toward the south, first of all, there are even some old French minefields out there that nobody knows where they are. There are Iraqi minefields, we don't know where they are, and these soldiers don't know where they are either. And I said, besides, we've got Apache pilots flying across the desert looking for bad guys. and if they see a whole bunch of bad guys, they might open fire first and ask questions later.
Right.
So I said, but what you can do is, if they're a fairly docile bunch, which you're telling me they are, just put one strand of concertina wire around, leave like 4 guards or something, and throw a bunch of water and MREs in there and continue on your way, continue the attack. He said, okay. So that's what they did. And so then we had to police up all these guys from all around the desert where the commanders had created these corrals, basically.
Yeah.
But again, these guys, they had no interest in this.
Right. They were conscripts.
No interest whatsoever. So we gave them over to the Saudis, and the Saudis gave them back to the Iraqis.
Yeah.
But that was another question that came up during the war. But the 2 other stories I want to tell real quick about Derek Stone are heroism is where you find it, as they say. And so before the war actually kicked off, I'm back in our Corps rear headquarters, because that's where all the contracting paperwork, administrative stuff's going on. We got all kind of administrative issues coming up, and all kind of contracting going on, and let's see, some military justice stuff coming through. And as I'll discuss in just a minute also, the Federal Tort Claims Act says that combat claims are exempt. You can't sue the federal government, the United States, over a combat claim. But in their largesse, the United States decided that because we love the Saudis so much, for whatever reason, that any claim filed by the Saudis we would pay. I mean, we negotiated, but we would not dismiss it as a combat claim. The humorous part of this is we ran over quite a few camels, as it turns out. I say quite a few, I'm talking about hundreds or something, but you know, quite a few.
Okay.
Would get in the way of our convoys, especially at night, you know, we
Oh,
camel
wow.
or something. Well, we found out there are different kind of camels. There's milk camels, there's beast of burden type camels, and there are racing camels. And they are valued very differently. And it wasn't long before every camel we ran over was the best racing camel that this particular Saudi had ever owned. We paid for more racing camels than you can imagine.
Is that right?
They're kind of funny looking racing camels, but anyway, that was another reason I was back in the rear. So, again, I think because I was a former combat arms officer in combat, I was assigned to be the perimeter sector commander, security commander for the rear. Not the whole rear, but half of it.
Okay.
And it was a big, as you might imagine, 7th Corps, it was a big compound. And we had dug berms and dug foxholes and put up wire and all kind of stuff around it. Because it was a sort of an asymmetrical war to a certain extent. We didn't know who was out in the desert exactly. So I'm the perimeter sector commander, and I set up the guard roster and go out and check the guards every now and then, as did my sergeant major, John Gill, who was a great soldier. He was also a combat veteran. He was a crew chief. He looked up the crew chief in Vietnam before he became a paralegal, and then sergeant major in the J Corps. So there we are, and we've got this big perimeter right in the middle of nowhere, and our intelligence tells us that Saddam has concluded that he probably can't go tank to tank with us. But what he can do is cut off the head of the serpent, so to speak. And so he's going to attack our headquarters. And he's going to do it by gas, and then send sapper teams in to blow up as much stuff and kill as many people as they can. And says our intelligence officer, this particular day, he said, our intelligence tells us that that is likely to happen here tonight.
Wow.
And it all made sense. I mean, it made perfect sense that Saddam would figure out that he probably couldn't go toe-to-toe with us.
Right.
But if he could sneak some guys into the back and blow up some things, then he might change our minds about a lot of things. So, although I had this guard roster established, and I had, captains and majors were service officers of the guard, and enlisted people were guards, and all this. And I had the IG section and the AG section, the PAO section, all the clerks and jerks.
Wow.
So I gathered everybody up after this meeting, and I said, instead of using our guard roster tonight, because of the threat that we are currently under, I'm going to ask for volunteers. First volunteer was a female JAG captain to be an officer there. Denise Lind. Later, chief judge for the Army
Is that
who
right?
tried Bradley Manning,
Is that right?
now Chelsea Manning.
Right.
Big case.
That is a big kid.
Very talented officer. But I told somebody, I said, when you see Denise wearing that bronze star after this is all over, she didn't get it at the PX.
Right.
She's a brave young woman. Because it appeared that people went out to the perimeter, most likely going to be in a firefight and subjected to gas attack and everything else. That was one miserable night. It started raining. In the middle of the desert, it's cold. So I said, I'm the commander of this sector, so I'm going to go out and check and see how everybody's doing and kind of try to give a little spring buck-up lecture. Because it's, bad enough situation in general terms, but in the rain, and cold, and all this. And again, what senior sergeants do, Sergeant Major John Gill said, you're not going by yourself, sir. I'll be going with you.
Right.
Great sergeant.
Yes.
So there was that. But then, and the attack didn't come, thank God.
Yeah.
We were prepared as best we could, but it's almost like my artillery unit when it got found on the front edge of the battlefield. Rear headquarters of the Corps were not exactly prepared to duke it out with the enemy.
Right.
I mean, we would have fought. Anyway, so we had this thing where we were going to pay the Saudis for losses occasioned by the war. 101st Airborne Division, bless their hearts, as they went passing through Saudi Arabia on their way to the Kuwaiti border, stopped in an abandoned, because the Saudis had all fled, cement factory. And they were concerned they were going to be attacked, probably legitimately. So what they did was they used the concrete to concrete the trucks, cement trucks, between buildings to create kind of a perimeter, sort of like circle the wagons sort of thing. They just cemented them all in there.
Wow.
And then they got cold, so they started taking boards out of the buildings and starting fires to save everything. Suffice it to say, when the Saudi owner came back, his business was pretty much shot.
Right.
So he files a $2.1 million claim against the United States. And I showed you that attractive blonde in the picture of my team during Desert Storm. She was my chief of claims, Nancy Lorenzo. So I said, Nancy, you better handle this one personally. She said, I agree. And the way that worked was we went out to some town, whatever the closest town was. In this case, it was Huffman, Alabama. And the chief of police would act as a mediator. And the U.S. claims officer would come in, the claimant would come in, and this police chief would mediate the thing. Well, the police chief in Huffman, Alabama turned out was a Michigan State graduate and a prince. I mean, there were more princes in Saudi Arabia than scoring a stick at.
Right.
But apparently a nice guy. So Nancy Lorenzo puts on her full battle rattle, and being culturally astute, she puts on a veil. So she's wearing a helmet, backpack, weapon, and a veil. She gets there for this negotiation, and this chief of police, this Michigan State grad, says, Captain Lorenzo, you're an officer in the Army, U.S. Army. We appreciate that. We appreciate your cultural sensitivity, but you don't have to wear that veil. So she takes off her veil and she takes off her helmet since they're inside now. And this Saudi owner of the plant looks at her, and all of a sudden he's a lot less interested in the damage to his facility than he is in Nancy Lorenzo.
Oh my goodness.
This attractive blonde.
Oh my goodness.
And so one of the functions of the chief of police was to translate. So he says to Nancy, after this guy's talked to him, he said, don't take offense at that. This, please, I'm just a messenger. He says that he would like to marry you and make you his third wife. And he understands that in the U.S. you can drive, and Saudi Arabia women cannot, but he would let you drive his Mercedes in the desert if you would agree to marry him and be his third wife. And he was a wealthy man and all this stuff, and why this would be such a good thing. So Nancy, being a key negotiator, instead of jumping up and slapping the guy a couple of times, says that she's honored by this offer, but she's married, among other things. And so this is translated back in words. He says, Captain Lorenzo, he says that he would pay your husband $500,000 to release you from your wedding so that you can join him as his third wife. She again says, it's just not the way it works in our culture, and I appreciate that, but can't do it. Let's get down to negotiating. It's really great to meet you, and I'm so honored. And she apparently laid her on this stuff.
Wow.
And she settled that claim for $210,000.
From 2.1 million.
We told her that's got to be one of the greatest claims negotiations that ever done. And he didn't even have to marry the guy again. So she gets back, and her husband is also with us. And he's an international lawyer, George Lorenzo. And she tells him, she's regaling all of us with the story. And George said, do you think he would have gone for $1 million? Which almost did cause him to get slapped.
Right. Yeah. A lot less risk involved there slapping her own husband.
So anyway, it was
wow.
Racing camels and cement factories. Yeah, we had a lot of claims, a lot of various things.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the Desert Storm story. So we finished it up. Actually, we had a really important time in occupation after the war was over, the shooting was over. JAGS played a very important role in ensuring that we were in being consistent with the international law of occupation.
Right.
And General Franks was very insistent that we be, even though the State Department told us we cannot call ourselves occupiers.
Right.
Can't use that term.
How long were you in country?
6 months. I mean, one country or the other.
Yeah, right.
When we were in occupation, we were actually in southern Iraq.
Okay. So in the Middle East itself, you were?
We landed in gosh, I haven't seen the name of the port, starts with a D. Anyway, we landed in that port, we were there about a week, and then we were off for the desert.
The port in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
The one in Dhahran?
Dhahran.
That's where I was.
Exactly. It was. Just to say, started with a D.
Right.
I would have eventually thought of it sometime tonight. But anyway.
I'll cut my part of it out because I don't have anything to do with this. But yeah, that's where I was Dhahran. So you can already, since you've seen it, you already know how difficult my duty was.
Yeah. We were just there about a week, and then we were off to various places named things like Assembly Area Thompson, further identified as the middle of the freaking Saudi Arabian desert. And then moved on into southern Iraq after the war, in occupation. It was important. We did a lot of refugee stuff. Actually, we're getting ready to start schools again for the kids and things like that occupiers are supposed to do if they're there for a long time, but we never then we got orders to leave.
And where did you go after
back to Germany.
And how long were you there?
Not long. Nope. We got back to Germany, we were patting ourselves on the back, drinking champagne, won the war in 100 hours, greatest victory, freed Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
And Colin Powell, now chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, comes over to see us, and again we think, yay, give us a hearty handshake, pat on the back, buy us another bottle of champagne or something. And instead, I mean, he did congratulate us. He was very generous and was praised of General Franks and our whole unit, all 7th Corps. But the news he came carrying was 7th Corps was going to be disestablished.
Oh, wow.
Shutter 7th Corps and its divisions because we're moving out of Europe. So our reward
Right.
was to case our flags and again truncated another tour in Europe for me.
Right.
So that is when I was sent to U.S. Central Command in Tampa as the staff judge advocate for General Joe Moore of the United States Marine Corps.
And you mentioned that. What kind of challenges did you face as an Army officer working for a Marine Corps officer?
Not as many as you'd think. I mean, he was a very bright guy, great Marine, very pleasant guy. I mean, I had some trepidation, I'll have to admit, but when a Marine 4-star, there's a certain image that comes up in your mind that is not warm and fuzzy necessarily image.
Yes.
I don't mean to say he was a warm, fuzzy guy. He was a Marine, but he was very, very smart and very JAG friendly. I was to say he wanted to do things according to the law.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Bushman.
Right.
And so, Somalia.
Right.
We're thinking, here we are in Tampa, we've got the Middle East, but the war's over there. But we also got Africa, parts of it, including the Horn. And speaking of CNN, all of a sudden they start showing pictures of, there's a 3-year drought, so starvation is rampant in Somalia. And what food there is being controlled by warlords. And so more people are starving. I mean, it's just a terrible situation. And finally, CNN shows enough pictures of starving Somali kids, and they were. I mean, it's pretty dramatic. That President Clinton decides, by doggos, we're going to do something about this. We, using that term loosely, being U.S. Central Command.
Yes.
So we're given the mission to alleviate the situation oppressing the people of Somalia. Of course, the people of Somalia have been oppressed on and off for years and years and years. And everybody in Somalia has got a rifle because the Russians gave them rifles trying to win it over to their side, and we gave them rifles trying to win it over to our side. Everybody's got a rifle. So there was no shortage of mayhem. But we started off trying to use the United States Air Force. Central Command is a joint command. And so we had U.S. Central Command Air, U.S. Central Command Army, U.S. Central Command Marines, and so forth. And we fly over, drop supplies. But then when we look back at what happened to those supplies, the warlords would come, take the supplies, beat the people off of them, shoot a few of them, and take the goods for their own uses and sales and power. So then the decision was, well, we're going to have to go in there and protect this food. so people get it. This is what's called mission creep.
That's the perfect definition.
So the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force and the 10th Army Mountain Division was assigned to the 3rd MEF as well. Went in there as the people who would make sure that this food got delivered. And all of a sudden, we were in a big rules of engagement issue, which is a JAG. It's supposed to be an operations officer issue, but it always falls on the JAGs because there's so much law involved in rules of engagement. So, in my experience anyway, with the Desert Storm and in this situation, the G3, the operations chief, his role was, well, put those rules of engagement together and give them to me, I'll look them over, okay?
Right.
I said, all right. So we created all kind of rules of engagement to, again, you couldn't shoot everybody carrying a rifle because they all had rifles. But the warlords also had these things, they had mounted machine guns in the back of white Toyota pickups, they called them technical vehicles. And we couldn't figure out any positive use for a technical vehicle other than to kill people and steal stuff. So in our rules of engagement, we said we could open fire on any technical vehicle we found. And we told the Somalis, don't be driving those things around and thinking you're safe because you're not.
Right.
So that actually worked. 3rd MEF, 10th Mountain Division. We were able to secure food, start getting food to the people, start kind of reestablishing a civil system that resembled a civil system, and peace had kind of broken out. But then the head warlord of this whole thing was a guy named Adid, and for some reason the decision was made in terms of mission creep. We had to get rid of Adid. Well, fortunately, Central Command, having done its job and established a pretty good system of food delivery and gotten rid of a bunch of technicals, and we told people, don't be screwing with this or we're coming back. We left. 3rd MEF left, 10th Mountain left, Central Command was basically out of it, and NATO took over. And an Italian 3-star came in to be the commander of forces. The Pakistanis provided the majority of the forces. That were supposed to ensure continued security. But for some reason, somebody in the U.S., and I don't know who it was, I don't know whether the roses ever been pinned on anybody or not, decided that our special operations team was still there. Not part of Central Command, but not under control of NATO either.
That's it.
Special operators like to operate specially. So anyway, they were given the mission to go get a deed, and that's where Black Hawk Down happened, and all kind of tragic stuff occurred. The war broke out again. Pakistanis were running for cover, and the Italian general didn't know what he was doing. So things basically fell completely apart again. But by this time, President Clinton had all he wanted of that, maybe that Black Hawk Down thing, bad politics. So, but the thing we've always been proud of at Central Command was, while we were in charge and what we were doing, it all worked, we got it done. When we left, everything was going fine. And had not somebody decided that we would send the special forces in after a deed.
Right. What is the legality of that in a country that is essentially lawless, which Somalia was? What is the legality of the American government deciding that they're going to go take out a foreign national? And
somebody decided that was the final solution to ensure continued democratic governance of Somalia. Was they had to get rid of a deed. And like I said, I don't know that the rose has ever been pinned on anybody as to who made that decision. And I'll tell you, when Black Hawk Down happened, it was a lot of people getting their butts kicked over that thing.
I can imagine.
Lost their jobs and careers. And as I say, President Clinton decided he had all the Somalia he wanted. So that was that. But we felt like what we did, it worked. There were a lot of legal issues involved. The biggest one being, since there really was no Somali government to invite us in, the fact that we were going in, was that an invasion? Or is that something we call a humanitarian intervention? So what was that? What's the difference between a humanitarian intervention and an invasion? And so we in the JAG office spent a good bit of time researching, writing, coming up with a solution that was acceptable to the Joint Chiefs and the State Department as to what a humanitarian intervention was. That came out of the JAG office.
So were you looking then, was the JAG office looking then for, is your job at that point to try to make it as legal as possible, whatever the policy of the State Department or the...
Well, yeah. But, you know, when you're dealing with things like that, the State Department gets the last lick on foreign relations. And although they, you know, when this first came up as a humanitarian issue, I said to my boss, you know, this is really a State Department function. They've got a refugee relief program. They've got money for this. We don't have any money for it. It's a State Department issue. State Department.
Right.
Never heard of you.
Yeah.
You guys do this. That was another thing. We had to figure out how we could spend money legally to do this unique intervention. Because military units don't have that kind of operational money designated for humanitarian relief and stuff.
So where did the money come from?
We recharacterized it, to make a long story short. And it sold, so nobody went to jail. And because there is a very strict criminal law statute that says spending appropriated funds for a purpose for that, other than that for which Congress has appropriated them,
Right.
is a violation of federal criminal law.
Yes.
So we spent a good bit of time writing and thinking about how to get out of that situation, that conundrum. And so it worked for us. We got it done, and we were proud of what we did. Saved a lot of lives, and then we'd be dead now. It all kind of reversed itself. It wasn't our fault. I mean, it's small solace for the people that are dead.
Right.
But nonetheless, we did the best we could, and there were some real big legal issues that we were able to satisfactorily resolve, not only for ourselves, but for the Department of Defense, State Department.
I see.
Getting through all those hurdles is not an easy thing to do. But I had some really smart guys looking for me.
So where did you go after Senator?
I was selected to be the executive officer to the Judge Advocate General, but what the Judge Advocate General already knew, I think, was I'd been selected for Brigadier General.
I see.
Just hadn't released the results.
Now, did you see that coming?
Well, actually, no, I did not. I can honestly say I did not, because after Desert Storm, I'm reassigned to Central Command. And the Army JAG, who had been Schwarzkopf's JAG at Central Command, which, you know, had overall command of Desert Storm, and the Storm and Women's SJA. And he got a great officer evaluation report. I actually read it later when I was in the Pentagon. This guy, Ray Rupert is his name.
I I'm sorry?
He got a great officer evaluation
Okay.
report. Ray Rupert was his
Ray
name.
Rupert, okay.
Is his name. And so he and I were drinking a beer in his backyard because I'm replacing him. And we're kind of doing the handoff. And Ray and I were in the JAG advanced course together. We're good friends. So we're thinking, you know, we're the only two JAG colonels. There's a brigadier general's board coming up, selection. So we're the only two JAG colonels who were in Desert Storm, who were not already over the hill, you know, or under the hill, one or the other.
Right.
And so the more beer we drank and the more we thought about it, and both of us have gotten great officer evaluation reports, played important parts in the war, from commanders who were very well respected. We thought, one of us, you or me, we're going to get it, so congratulations.
Right.
And instead, a guy who hadn't been in Desert Storm, who was junior to both of us, was selected. Great guy. He was the SJ at Fort Benning. He went in a division or corps SJ. He was a training center SJ. Very talented guy, though, Mike Nardotti, great friend, also a member of our graduate course. But a junior member of our graduate course. He was captain of this wrestling team at Weston.
Oh.
Mike Nardotti was. I was fond of saying when I was a brigadier and he was Judge Advocate General, my boss can beat up your boss. But
Right.
But anyway, because of that, neither one of us selected a guy junior to both of us. So we figured, hey, take another beer.
Right.
But it was a surprise. I mean, we really did, we convinced ourselves, and it seemed logical that one or two of us
Well, sure.
would get that.
And you would think that someone who had their officer evaluation at least signed off on by Norman Schwarzkopf, you know, for sure, right?
Well, Fred Franks, I mean, Fred Franks was,
Yes.
he was marching down Main Street in New York City leading 7th Corps.
Right.
So, anyway, wasn't us. And that's why I say I didn't see it coming because I thought, okay, finishing your career as a full colonel is not a bad thing. And I love Mike Nardotti, and the guy that was selected. He's a great guy. Seems a little odd, but what the heck.
Right.
And so Mike is actually the one who asked me to come to D.C. to be his executive officer.
I see. Okay.
But he knew then, I think another board had met, and I had been selected for brigadier general.
And so it was a surprise.
It was a surprise, and so I was only his exec for a month
Is that right?
before the news came out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, and in the JAG Corps, if you're a brigadier general and you're not selected to be the judge advocate general or the deputy judge advocate general, the 2 and 3 star ranks, now you're required to retire.
I see.
So the brigadier whose position I was taking was out of there. So
Okay.
even before I was actually promoted, I was in that brigadier general slot,
I see.
which is where I was when the Branch Davidian thing happened.
Oh.
I was the Assistant Judge Advocate General for Military Law and Operations. So the Branch Davidian thing happens, you know, people are going nuts, Congress is wanting to hold hearings. So General Counsel at the Department of Defense, who's a good friend of mine, Judy Miller, calls me up and she says, well, we think it's best if a military guy goes over there to explain to Congress why everything the military did was legal in Waco, Branch Davidian thing. And we've thought about it and really got it. I said, okay. So I was the DOD expert.
I see.
They sent an Assistant Secretary of Defense, but his role was to sit there and be the Assistant Secretary of Defense during the hearing. And, a bunch of idiots.
Who? Congress?
Yeah.
I see.
They didn't have a clue what was going on. But it was kind of an interesting legal issue, really. But again, Congress clued us about, so that was my job, was to educate them. And that was, because there was a lot of military equipment
Yes.
at that site. And there were some military officers standing around, people in uniform.
Yes.
And that caused Congress to say that the military had been involved, and that's a violation of what's called the Posse Comitatus Act, which says you cannot use the military for civilian law enforcement in the United States. But what they didn't know was those were National Guardsmen.
Yes.
And National Guardsmen, as long as they remain under state control, which these guys were, are not covered by the Posse Comitatus Act, which is why you see things like the Los Angeles riots and stuff like that you see the National Guard called in there. They're under state control. They can be law enforcement officers as much as they want to be under state control. If they're federalized, then the Posse Comitatus Act does apply to them. Anyway, so I'm explaining all this to these actually uninterested members of Congress. They just wanted to make a statement for their hometown newspaper, whatever it was, about how they were fighting a good fight and holding the military's feet to the fire and going to jurors.
Was either side, the Republicans or the Democrats, were they the ones driving that?
Actually, it was the Republicans
Interesting. Okay.
who were driving the hearing.
Yes.
During the hearing, the Democrats asked Chuck Schumer, who was a congressman at that time, and he asked a lot of questions.
Yes.
But generally, the questions that Democrats asked, if they asked any questions, so most of it was them making a speech.
Yes.
But when they did ask a question, most of the Democrats' questions were, it appeared to me, intended to buttress what the military had done. Whereas the Republicans, for some reason, including the guy who was a reserve judge advocate, Indiana congressman, seemed to be somehow convinced, until I convinced them otherwise, that the military had slipped the leash and gone crazy and killed a bunch of people. Of course, we didn't kill anybody. The FBI and the ATF did that assault on behest of Attorney General Reno. And but the real issue for me was Posse Comitatus. And explaining to them, this one Republican congressman, he had a plastic jet airplane. And he said, well, if all you say is true, General, how can you explain to me that this Alabama National Guard jet got from Alabama to Texas during this thing? Why was it involved? And I said, I hope you forgive me for saying this, but I presume it flew. But it's again a National Guard jet. Under the state National Guard, and the states can loan National Guard troops to each other as long as they stay under state control. Posse Comitatus Act doesn't apply. I don't care whether it's a jet, a bomber, or what it is. If it's National Guard and it's under state control.
So there's some very difficult, though, there are lots of details around those issues that you really have to be aware of.
Yeah, it's a very complicated area.
Right.
Actually, I'm making it seem simple, but for example, the Posse Comitatus Act exceptions say the military can provide equipment to the civilian law enforcement agencies, FBI, ATF in this case, and we can train them on how to use that military equipment.
I see.
So when you see an armored personnel carrier rolling toward the Branch Davidian compound, it's being driven by an ATF agent with FBI agents inside it, but it is a military vehicle provided to them under the exception of the Prosecuting Arms Act, and they were trained how to use it by the military.
I see.
As an exception of the Prosecuting Arms Act. As long as the military is not directly involved in the civilian law enforcement.
So what issues that you faced and decisions that you were involved in could have derailed your career?
Tons of them. Of course, I already told you I would relieve command for making one inappropriate comment. And not for long,
Right.
nonetheless.
But as far as, especially these legal ones, the ones that bleed over into,
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that if the humanitarian intervention had gone sideways while we were still in charge, we the U.S. still in charge.
yeah, all of you.
And that's just kind of the way it goes. So we were very careful about trying to establish, as we were at the Branch Davidian thing.
Right.
And I mean, these are not things you mess around with.
Right.
If you get them wrong, they'll hang you out to dry. And be happy doing it.
Did you ever have to advocate for a policy that you disagreed with?
No, I don't think so. Not believe I ever did. I had to advocate for policies that others disagreed with. That I thought perhaps had cost me my job.
Right.
But I may have mentioned to you, when I became Judge Advocate General, they were kind of leaping forward. Okay, now I've been a Brigadier General, I've been selected to be the Judge Advocate General here.
Yes.
Great honor.
Yes.
When I became Judge Advocate General, first thing on my agenda was that lawyers had never received professional pay in the military. Everybody thought lawyers received professional pay because doctors did, as my predecessor said, dog doctors did. Lots of people did, but not lawyers.
Right.
And so several Judge Advocates General before me had tried to convince the hierarchy in Congress that there should be professional pay for lawyers. All to no avail. So I set upon taking it a different direction. And part of it was based on the situation in which we found ourselves, which was student loan debt was going up. And a number of young captains who wanted to stay in the military after their initial obligation were telling us, I can't afford to. I've got to get out, go work for Fulbright and Jaworski or somebody, pays big bucks because I've got to pay off the student loan. And because as long as I've got that burden hanging on my head, I can't buy a house, I can't buy a car.
Right.
It's really pressing. So we figured out at that time the average student loan debt, and this was 97, was $60,000 for a lawyer coming out of law school, which now seems kind of small, but
Right.
fortunately we did put a kicker into it too. But my proposal was that for JAG captains finishing their first term, put them through a competitive process if they wanted to stay in. And if they were selected to stay in, continuing their service, then they would be paid $60,000 and be paid $20,000 first year, $20,000 second, $20,000 on down. And that would then allow them to stay. And people said, well, nobody's going to stay in the Army for $60,000 when you go work for Fulbright. I said, no, those are not the people I'm targeting.
Right.
It's the people who want to stay.
Right.
And who don't feel they can stay. Those are the people who work for. Plus, I was well aware of the psychological issue of you call it continuation pay, but you can call it whatever you want to pay. Call it, these guys return to their contemporaries and say, the Army values me enough that they pay me extra.
Right.
I get professional.
Well, and it seems reasonable if other professions are receiving that pay.
Yeah, well, we did have a problem. And it was intended to address that problem, but I have to say the philosophical issue was more important to me than the physical issue, actually. Because I realized over time people say, what? How can the Army value us enough to do this program? That's right. I don't know. And now they're gonna. And so, of course, it's got to be something for all the services. And fortunately, like I said, the National War College was a joint operation, and one of my friends from the War College days was now the Judge Advocate General of the Air Force.
I see.
And we would get together with the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and the Staff Judge Advocate of the Commandant of the Marine Corps and discuss things, once every 2 or 3 months. So, got them all together, everybody said, okay, let's go for it. Now, the Air Force TJAG was very successful in getting his boss, the Secretary of the Air Force, and the Chief of Staff of the Air Force to work for this. JAGs are important. You're having a problem, you want to solve it, go for it. We'll back you. The Navy, Chief of Naval Operations said, and the Secretary of the Navy said, we're not going to oppose it. Okay. So, and of course that accounted for the Marine Corps too.
Yes.
So I left the Army, and General Rick Shinseki was the Chief of Staff at the Army. And he and I had known each other since we were colonels together at Stuttgart.
Oh, wow.
Been next door neighbors. Our wives loved each other. We were good friends. He was my boss. So I took this to him and he said, 100% for you. Had great service from JAGs. And that really was the story coming out of almost all of these places was the JAGs that served me in the field were great, value added, and we want to keep those people. Don't want to lose those guys and gals. So
when you made your first star, did you expect then to make the second star? I mean, could you see far enough into the future that okay, the groundwork is being laid for me to be the Judge Advocate General of the Army?
Well, again, I had mentors who had been positioning me for this for my career.
Right.
But there were only 5 JAG Brigadier Generals, and all of them are very talented people.
I see.
That's a tough.
So you weren't a shoo-in?
No. I mean, one of the Brigadier Generals who was not selected for either of the 2-star ranks at the time was a guy that actually rewrote the manual for court martial. Brilliant guy named John Cook, still a good friend. Anyway, so no, there were no guarantees. I knew that I had been positioned to do this, but so had just about all of us.
Right.
By somebody.
So why you?
Why me? What can I say that doesn't sound overly self-aggrandizing?
I don't know.
Pick of the litter, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they didn't flip a coin, so obviously there was something.
It's a selection board, and on that board are both line officers, like General Franks, and the Judge Advocate General himself sits on that board. And so it's, having sat on that board subsequently myself, I can tell you that it's, when you do review the files, the people, all those files are great. And so then it comes down to, well, when he worked for me, I'm telling you, he's the best JAG in this friggin' Army.
Right. So you had so there are advocates that are on the board.
Well, yeah, if you're fortunate enough that you've got somebody that you work for who likes you on the board, because you got somebody that you work for who didn't particularly like you, then that's a different situation.
Right.
But yeah, it's a selection board, and there's some politics involved in it, like there are everything else at that level. Who likes who doesn't like who. In fact, I found out later that one reason Ray Rupert, Schwarzkopf's SJA, did not get selected for Brigadier General ever is so many people dislike Schwarzkopf.
Oh, I see.
If this is Schwarzkopf's boy,
I see.
not my boy. So, Schwarzkopf's private persona was a lot different than his public. Suffice it to say. But anyway, I was selected to be the Judge Advocate General of the Army, and it was a great honor. And at the time I was selected, there were only been 35 Judge Advocates General of the Army. First one was selected by George Washington in 1775, before there was a United States.
Wow. Yes.
Selected a guy named William Tudor and said, "You're a lieutenant colonel and you're the Judge Advocate General of the Army." Okay.
That's quite the company to be in.
It's quite a lineage.
Yes, it is.
And there were a lot of great Judge Advocates General through the war. It was difficult times. I've been fortunate to know a number of them because it's a 4-year statutory tour.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Is so you're promoted then to Major General. You're selected to be Judge Advocate General of the Army, and you have 4 more years. And that's the end of your career.
It's the end of your career. You can't go anywhere else. You can't be promoted anymore. No place else to go. So, and I might add, as I've told many people, at the end of that 4 years as Judge Advocate General, I said, whoever came up with this 4-year limitation is a genius. Because I am tired. I mean, I'm worn to the frazzle. It's a tough job.
Right.
It's a big, big organization in the United States, 17 foreign countries when I was Judge Advocate General. All kind of stuff happening everywhere. And if it's important enough, I mean, a lot of the stuff's being handled by the staff judge advocates at the division, or Corps, or wherever, but if it's a really big issue, real problem, landing on my desk.
Any one problem stand out to you more than any
I
other?
don't remember, let me just complete this story of the continuation pay, which
Oh, yes.
very proud of that. So many people have tried, failed. And so I go in to see the Secretary of the Army, there's a guy named Lou Caldera, former California Congressperson, Clinton's president. And I had talked to Lou Caldera's administrative assistant at some length about this continuation pay proposal and the fact that other services had been for it and why we were for it. And the administrative assistant who'd been with Caldera a long time said, yeah, it sounds good to me. I think we're good. So we go in to see Secretary Caldera, who really was a jerk of the first order. One thing I hated about him was when I'd be in General Shinseki's office, and here's the guy who's the senior general in the Army. General Shinseki lost a foot in Vietnam. I worked for a lot of guys that lost a limb in Vietnam and seen them. But a great guy, a brilliant guy. And there's a door between the Secretary of the Army's office and the political appointee and the Chief of Staff of the Army and the senior general has gotten there through merit. And Caldera would open up that door. Sometimes I was in there and he'd say, Shinseki, get in here. Not General Shinseki, would you come in from there? Hey, Rick, I need to talk to you for a second. Shinseki, get in here. I thought, he's treating him like he's a new force.
Right.
I thought, so. Anyway, so I go to see him, lay out the thing. He says, no way. I said, sir? He said, no way. I said, I'll never support that. So if you're having a problem retaining military judge advocates, maybe I just need to civilianize the JAG. And we won't need you or any of the rest of these people. He said, if you're trying to sell this to me, you're selling it to the wrong person. He left there, and fortunately I didn't say some of the things I wanted to say, but I said to his administrative assistant, he said, well, sometimes he just decides he doesn't like something and goes that way. So I said, Leonized the Judge Advocate General's Court. I said, what sort of whose idea is that? He said, I don't know where that came from. I went home and told Ann that night. I said, I don't have a job tomorrow. Because he was pretty adamantly convinced that this was a really, really bad idea. I shouldn't have even brought it to him because it was such a bad idea. So, fortunately for me, Buddy Bill Moran, Judge Advocate General of the Air Force, was a good buddy with an Air Force Reserve Judge Advocate who happened to be a senator in the U.S. Congress, Lindsey Graham.
Is that right?
He was a colonel in the Air Force Reserve Judge Advocate General's Court.
I see.
And he and Bill had known each other a long time on that kind of level. And Judith Miller, the General Counsel of the Department of Defense, was for us. She wasn't really a kind of person that wanted to slam dunk Lou Caldera, but she said, let me see if we can't work on this a little bit through our go around him kind of thing. And had another War College classmate named Alice Maroney, who was Assistant Secretary of Defense for Finance and some budget person, who wrote a memo and said, we support this and we have the funds for it at the Department of Defense level. Trying to go on these war colleges and stuff is an important thing.
Yeah.
Said Alice was a civilian.
Right.
She was, and also when she went to the war college. So, and still a good friend as a Bill Moore. So, between Lindsey Graham, Alice Maroney, and Judith Miller, DOD General Counsel, they were able to work a deal where Congress told us, do this. We think it's a good idea.
Wow.
And we all knew it was coming, except for the Caldera probably. And so we said, well, we have no.
You didn't get any pushback from him after the fact?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I gave this to his administrative assistant, this edict from Congress, and I had written up the thing saying, Department of the Army, and as of this date, establishes the continuation pay program for judge advocates and all this kind of stuff. Lou Caldera, signature of law. Administrative assistant carries it in there, comes back out. I said, did you sign it? I said, no. I said, is he going to sign it? I said, I don't think so. I said, he didn't have that kind of choice, does he? He said, no. Let's see what happens. So what he did, I'll say this, he was true to his word. He knew Caldera. He said, he was never going to support it, never going to approve it. He sent it down to one of his assistant secretaries and had them sign it.
Wow.
Because, I mean, he couldn't stop it, but he wasn't going to sign it. Jerk. First one. And I just got to tell you that. So, when I became dean of the law school at Texas Tech, Mary Ellen Scarnecchia became dean of the University of New Mexico Law School.
Okay.
And the American Bar Association hosts something called the New Dean's Orientation Course. We call it the Baby Dean's Course. For all the people who've just been selected as deans of the various law schools throughout the nation. So we all went to it. Got to know Mary Ellen there, and since Albuquerque and Lubbock are probably the closest two law schools to each other, and we actually had a joint program in Mexico. I got to know Sue Ellen fairly well. She's a wonderful person and very talented. So about say 12 months after she became dean, and I became dean, she called me up one day. She said, "Hey, Walt," she said, "you know a guy named Lou?" And I said, "Yeah, I know him." I said, "Why do you ask?" He said, "Well, he just became president of the University of New Mexico." Lou Calder. I said, "Smell him, watch your back. Because he is a jerk of the first order." She said, "Okay, thank you." About 18 months later, she called me up and said, "Hey, Walt, guess what?" I said, "What?" She said, "They just fired Lou." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because he's a jerk."
Goodness.
And then, just to prove that jerks stay jerks,
Right.
you may remember this news item. So Obama becomes president, and there's something called the military office in the president's office. And the head of the military office in the president's office has always been a military person.
Okay.
But for some reason or another, I've heard various reasons for this, but in any case, old Lou resurfaces as the head of the military office in the White House under Obama. Pardon me. Which everybody thought, well, that's odd because it's always been a military officer. Lou Caldera, for God's sake, risen from the dead again.
Yeah.
You'll remember this, I think. Lou, in his genius, decided that it would be a really good thing to do a practice air raid of New York. You remember this? He sent 2 bombers flying low over the horizon into New York City. Scared the crap out of the populace. I mean, they were all careful. They thought this was, 9/11 repeat. Scared people to death. And of course, there was this great outcry. What are you doing? I mean, why are you doing this? And so that was the end of Lou Calder's tenure as head of the military office under the Obama administration.
What would have brought about that decision?
He's an idiot. The guy's an idiot and a jerk. And how he, other than being a Hispanic West Point graduate,
Okay.
good looking guy.
Mm-hmm.
What a jerk. Anyway, so the continuation pay thing got done, and I'm real proud of that. It's still in business, and we did put a kicker in there tying it to inflation. And so,
Oh, nice.
so I can't tell you how many nice letters I've gotten from people, especially spouses, saying, "I'm so happy.
Yes.
You've made our lives 100% better than they were, and we love the Army." So it all worked out, but it was a challenge, and I thought I was going to be fired one time.
Yes.
And,
Again, right. So retirement comes.
well, I got to tell you nothing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to get ahead of you.
So a lot of things come to the desk of the Judge Advocate General of the Army.
Mm-hmm.
I say there are things that nobody below you could solve. So, or by statute, there are some statutory things that have to come to the Judge Advocate General for decision. Other staff, the criminal law division, civil law division, administrative law division, contract law division, environmental law division, all kind of divisions. So I've got a lot of support there, but in the final analysis, the only person that could sign whatever the document is the Judge Advocate General. So I'm going to tell you the good story first.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you the bad story. And then we'll be done. Well, not quite. Because I got to tell you about China and Russia.
Oh, yes.
Those were important functions I did for the nation. So, a guy named Shiro Kishino was one of the Japanese interred in World War II. His family lived on the West Coast. They were uprooted from their homes and incarcerated in some place in Idaho or somewhere. And then, of course, in the generosity of the U.S. government, when things got bad, the Army recruiters went to these camps and said, "We're going to give you an opportunity to fight for the country that stuck you here." And for ungodly reasons, a bunch of them signed up. And Cheryl Casino was one of the people who did sign up to fight for America in World War II. And they formed an organization called the Nisi Regiment. It was all Japanese Americans. 442nd Infantry Regiment, the Nisi Regiment. And they fought in Europe. General Rick Shinseki, my boss and friend, had two uncles who fought.
Oh.
With the 442nd. 442nd, the Nisi Regiment, earned more medals for valor per capita than any unit in the Army in World War II.
Wow.
Quite a record. So Cheryl Casino is fighting up through Italy. Of course, they sent him to European theater, these Japanese Americans, and he's fighting up through Italy, and he's already been wounded 3 times. He's been promoted to D6. He's a platoon leader, platoon sergeant. And during a brief respite in the fighting in Italy, he and some of his guys were in a restaurante in Italy. And there were some white soldiers in there too, Caucasian soldiers. And a fight broke out, and the restaurateur called the American military police, who came and broke the whole thing up. And then Sergeant Casino gets notice that he's being court-martialed. And the charge against him is striking a military police officer and fomenting a riot or something like that. So in those days, before the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the court-martial was an infantry lieutenant colonel, period. No lawyers involved, no defense counsel, no nothing.
Is that right?
All he had was a police report that said, this guy did it. Sergeant Casino doesn't really understand exactly what's going on, except that this is a lieutenant colonel. So he's basically, yes sir, no excuse sir. The guy sentences him to be reduced to E1 from E6, fined, and sentenced to 6 months confinement. But then he says, because of your service on the front lines, I'm going to count that against the 6 months confinement so you can go back to your unit. So he goes back to his unit. He's winning twice more. He wins the Silver Star and the Bronze Star for Valor twice. He's now been wounded 5 times, fighting all the way through Italy and into France. And so war's end, he's discharged. He's back at V6 by then, discharged. But the problem was that every reunion of the 442nd, because of honor is a really important thing among those families in particular, apparently it is. And he always felt this badge of shame for having been court-martialed. And his buddies never believed that he was responsible for any of this stuff, so some of them started working the issue. And they found some of their buddies who were at this thing. They said, no, Sergeant Casino, he didn't do anything to anybody. He tried to stop us from fighting these Caucasians because he knew how it was going to work out. Right. And but the most brilliant thing that happened was these guys actually found this military police lieutenant who Sergeant Casino had supposedly struck. And he was a Puerto Rican, it turned out. He was in Puerto Rico. And they found this guy and they said, do you remember this incident? He said, yeah, I remember that incident. He said, do you remember the sergeant striking you? The Japanese American sergeant striking you? He said, nobody ever struck me. He said, the only Japanese American sergeant that I saw, he said, I don't know what his name was. The only one I saw was trying to stop the fight.
Wow.
He said, I don't know how this report got out, how it was made, or who made it, but it wasn't me. I would be glad to give you an affidavit that said it wasn't me and said that The only sergeant I saw in that outfit from Japanese American who was trying to stop the fight.
Right.
So this lands on my desk. They've already been to the Army Board for Correction of Military Records, and they've done away with the sentence. And the president can pardon him. But it turns out, under the law of the United States, the only person who can overturn a court-martial conviction is the Judge Advocate General.
Is that right?
That's right. And so, I finalized court-martial conviction.
I see.
Obviously, there are appellate courts and so forth, and it's going through the process. But if it's been finalized, as this, of course, had been, because 50 years before.
Right.
So this thing lands on my desk, and these guys said, you know, this has hung over him all his life. It's undeserved. We're asking you to overturn this court-martial conviction, clear his record.
Mm-hmm.
I asked my chief of criminal law, I had it evaluated in his office. They did, came back to me, said, can't do it. I said, why not? He said, because the same law that says you're the only one that can do it says you have to do it within 3 years of the event, with the finalization. It has to do with putting things to rest. So you don't litigate forever and ever and ever over these things. And I said, well, I don't like that answer. And my chief of criminal law, who's a great guy and a good friend, still a good friend, said, well, that's the law.
Right.
I said, well, answer this for me. Who do you think's going to complain if I do it anyway? He said, I don't know, but he said, if you do it against my advice, I quit as your chief of criminal law. If you're not going to take my advice, you don't need me as your chief of criminal law. I said, he was a friend of mine.
Right.
I said, okay, that's fair. I understand your position. You've given me the correct legal advice.
Right.
But I'm telling you, I'm going to do it anyway. So I did. And Sergeant Casino was so ill at that time, he didn't really know too much of was going on. But Ms. Casino was well aware of what was going on. Of course, his buddies were. And so I wrote her a letter. I said, officially, I'm overturning this as the Judge Advocate General and signed my signature block at the bottom of it. I said, your husband was an American hero, and that's how you should be remembered. That made the Honolulu paper, the Washington, Seattle paper, they call it the headline was The Last Battle of Cheryl Casino. And she wrote me the nicest letter back that they had. Removed a stain on their family. She was so appreciative that I did. So I had to find myself a new chief of criminal law. But I set my buddy out to be the SJ in Hawaii, so he wasn't too upset.
Okay, all right. So it came out okay.
Okay. So then, the next group that came on that same kind of issue was the family of Dr. Mudd, the guy who treated John Wilkes Booth.
Right.
And he was convicted by military commission of being an accessory to the murder of Abraham Lincoln. So they came to me and they said, you know, this guy's a doctor, he treated this guy because he needed treating. And he wasn't part of the conspiracy, and they're proving he's part of the conspiracy. And Of course, you talk about something that was past the 3-year statute of limitations. This was way back. And of course, they were concerned because your name is Mudd, you've been termed kind of
Right.
and they were trying to clear the family name. And I said, no, it was a constitutional challenge that they believed this military commission that tried him had the constitutional authority to do it. I declined.
See what
I'm
you
glad I did, because not too long after that, we were trying some other surveillance by military commission after 9/11. And had I ruled that unconstitutional, that would have created some issues.
Oh, wow.
You never know what kind of precedents could pop up there. So, unfortunately, I even had to, first of all, I thought the constitutional argument was wrong, but I did use the 3-year.
You used it on that.
Yeah. So those two cases were interesting. The bad case was we entered a court-martial the first general officer in the Army since 1951.
And who was that?
I'll think of it tonight. His first name was Dave.
I think I remember the
He was
case.
a 2-star general.
Mhm.
And he was a script chaser of the first order, and as sometimes happens with script chasers, the script chasers he left behind took offense to the fact he'd moved on to other skirts.
I see.
So they all filed.
Mhm.
I mean, there was one filing of sexual harassment, inappropriate sexual conduct, and when that was filed, and they started coming out of the woodwork.
Mm.
One of the judge advocate females who worked for me, who had been in his unit in Hawaii, and he was commanding general in Hawaii, said, "Hey, you talk to any woman who ever served in the command of this guy, and they'll tell you the same story. He's either tried or did, you know."
Right.
And being a 2-star, you know, what are you going to say?
Mm.
So, this guy had been appointed to be let's say, he's a former commander in Hawaii, with a division there, and got on the fast track. And he had been selected by General Armour, then the Chief of Staff of the Army before General Shinseki, as the Deputy Inspector General of the Army with responsibility for, among other things, sexual misconduct.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, really. So all this stuff coming in. In times past, when a general officer got in some kind of trouble of some kind, generally speaking, they were just told,
Right.
exit.
Which way?
Exit left.
Right.
But I told General Armour, you know, this is a guy that hand selected. This is, I mean, we got lots of people filing claims, including some senior civilian
Mm.
people.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I don't think we're going to be able to hold our policies regarding sexual harassment
Right.
if we don't take action in this case, court martial. General Armour, to his great credit, because this was a friend of his, protege, said, I agree with you. So we did.
Mm.
And it was a hell of a thing because, like I said, this guy's a 2-star.
Okay.
In the military law, a jury, it's called a panel,
Mm-hmm.
has to be made up of officers senior to the accused. So finding 3 stars
Right.
or 4 stars to sit on this panel and finding a 3-star who was willing to be the convening authority for this
Mm.
court martial,
Mhm.
nobody would
Right.
touch this thing. So we really had to strong arm some people to make this happen, but we did it, and he was convicted. And it was the right thing to do because the Army was having trouble at that time, still are, with sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and this guy was a predator in the first one.
Mm.
It's too bad because he was a nice guy. I mean,
How long, how does somebody like that survive? Nobody
yeah,
reports
he
it?
has the power. Nobody reports it because they figure. In fact, I've talked to some women who've been told, if you report this senior person,
Mm-hmm.
who do you think everybody's going to get behind?
Right.
And who do you think's going to end up getting hosed on this thing? So, you want to suck it up and move along, or you want to take a chance on getting everybody really kicked?
Right. So with this general, what was the, he was convicted, but what was the outcome of that with the Army? How did the Army react to that conviction? Because as you said, it's rare.
Very rare. It was very hard, and don't know how the Army reacted to it overall, but I think the Army overall said, we've always said nobody's above the law.
Mm-hmm.
We just did. We proved.
Yes.
And it wasn't a close case. I mean, this wasn't, a guy who'd gone out and given somebody a hug or something like that. He was a predator.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would rest behind his power
Mm-hmm.
and position to keep them quiet.
Right.
And he had been doing it for a long time. As I said, once one person came out of the woodwork, a lot of people came out. So it was, he ended up pleading guilty.
He did. So what was his sentence?
Well, we got lucky there, as I told you around, because in return for his pleading guilty, we put in a plea agreement that General Reimer had to sign himself.
Okay.
It was a pretty favorable plea agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So, no confinement, dismissal from the Army, that's all, discharge.
Right.
Fine of I can't remember what. And a official letter of reprimand to be placed in his file.
Did he lose his pension?
Yes. It's a very expensive deal. When you're dismissed, you lose your pension, you lose all your rights, all your VA benefits, all. So, but the good news was that the judge, the military judge, was a colonel. He sentenced, they didn't have to put together a panel finally. Turned out, thank God.
Because he pled guilty?
Because he pleaded guilty,
Right,
he didn't ask for sentencing by panel. He asked
Oh, I
for
see.
the judge to sentence him.
Okay.
I think he thought maybe some of his contemporaries would put the hammer on his butt if he actually asked for a jury of senior generals.
Oh.
He would get whammoed because of what they was doing to their reputations,
Right.
and the reputation of the General Officer Corps in general. So, but the judge gave him less than the deal. He beat the deal, as they say. Which I
Really?
told General Arnold, this is a really good thing. Because now you, General Arnold, who signed the deal, are not going to be criticized for having given a buddy-buddy deal to your buddy. Because the deal became inconsequential.
Right.
Because he beat it.
The scrutiny would have been pretty severe.
Judge gave him less,
Yeah.
but did dismiss it. He reduced the fine. Anyway, he beat the deal. And anyway, that was the worst thing he did while I was Judge Advocate General, but it was the hardest
Yes.
thing because first of all, he was a friend of General Arnold, who was my
Right.
boss at the time. General Arnold was a stand-up guy, field artillery officer. Good man. That was very hard. Anyway, so the only two things else I'd say, I think, about being Judge Advocate General is we had this hiatus with the United States. They had this hiatus in diplomatic relations with China after Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square, when they rolled out a bunch of tanks in China and ran over a bunch of students and protests. The Tiananmen Square Massacre, as it was called. And the United States broke off diplomatic relations with China because of it. Well, the decision was made, we need to get diplomatic relations back with China. And so the baby step was going to be that General Huffman, the Judge Advocate General, was going to take a delegation over there to meet with Chinese military legal authorities and discuss mutual issues of concern, mutual issues of cooperation, so forth and so on. It's a baby step. It's just a first delegation to go back.
Right.
So I was honored to be chosen, and we had a hell of a time. And I mean, in many different ways, we had a hell of a time. It was a very interesting trip, and saw a lot of interesting things. They had set up a court-martial demonstration for us, so I'm talking to the chief prosecutor. I said, and we're talking to an interpreter. I said, is this the courtroom you prosecuted? And he said, yes. I said, how many cases did you prosecute last year? He said, well, around 100. really? I said, how many guilty findings did you have? And the interpreter would have a hard time interpreting that to this guy. Because the answer was, of course, 100. He ain't not guilty in this courtroom at all. So serious differences between their courtroom system and ours. But it was very interesting and had some very strange meals. And the Chinese are always sending signals. So the last meal they had for our delegation was in the Hall of the People off Tiananmen Square in the Taiwan area.
Oh.
Just to remind us that Taiwan is
Yes.
just another province of China. So that went pretty well, I guess, because then they decided I was so good at this that the State Department and Department of Defense sent me off to Russia.
Oh.
Because after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Soviet Union,
Yes.
we had been cooperating with Russia on different sundry things. But what had not happened is they had never signed a document of cooperation. So the mission was, of this baby steps group,
Right.
was to get them to sign a document. And it again was another very interesting trip. And the judge, under the Eastern European system anyway, the Judge Advocate General of the Russian Army was also the Deputy Attorney General of Russia. It was the same thing with a good friend that I worked with during the Balkan Wars when we were using Hungary as a logistics base to support our effort to stop that killing in the former Yugoslavia. General Tomas Kovacs, who was the Judge Advocate General of the Hungarian Army, but also the Deputy Attorney General of Hungary.
Yeah.
So it's apparently the common practice in Eastern European places anyways. We had a great trip. They signed the document. A lot of people said, well, what did they sign? And I said, what did they say? I said, well, after the Kremlin, Pentagon, our State Department, had all massaged it, it didn't say a lot. It basically said, yeah, we agree to love each other at all time or something like that. But the key was they signed it. We were willing to cooperate with the United States in these areas. And that was the mission, was to get that document signed and we got it moving. But the coolest thing that happened during the Russian trip, I mean, this guy was a really nice guy. This gentleman's name I can't recall either. But they really treated us nicely. They put Ann and I on their version of Air Force Two, probably. Flew us to St. Petersburg from Moscow, where we attended the Royal Opera in the Tsar's box.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of vodka involved.
I'm sure. I'm sure there was. And so did Anne get to go to China with you as well?
She did not get to go to China.
But she did get to go to Russia.
Which, these State Department diplomatic things, especially after people got to know Anne and how effective she was as a representative.
Yes.
And it turned out exactly that same way. It was our embassy staff there in Russia was absolutely amazed when we got ready to leave, because she had been messing around, Anne had been messing around with the general's wife, doing things with her, going to lunch with her, and they had of course they had a translator, and they'd been talking about grandchildren and all this and that. They had a lot of things, more things in common probably than not.
Right.
And we got ready to get on the plane. The Russian Judge Advocate General's wife brought teddy bears for all of our grandkids.
Wow.
To give to him. And our embassy staff said they'd never seen that the Russians are not into that kind of stuff.
Wow.
They're very, here's your pen that you signed the document with. Thank you for your interest in national defense. Goodbye. So Anne obviously made a significant impression. Yes, she was good.
That's good.
Probably, as I told Soviet, that's probably why they ended up signing the document. Because Anne was there.
Right. Good.
But again, I was honored to be asked to do that.
Yes.
It was a very interesting trip, and we learned a lot. I took my chief international law and one of his henchmen with me. And I took my chief of criminal law along on that trip too, as I did in China. And my chief international law with me in China also. In fact, we did something we're not supposed to do, but I think the statute of limitations has passed. Because you could buy Cuban cigars
Oh, yes.
in China.
In China.
When you couldn't in the United States at that time.
Right.
We all got a cigar and went and smoked it on the Great Wall of China. Which is also you're not supposed to smoke on, but we thought, too ironic. Cuban cigar, Great Wall of China, here we are. We're going to do it.
American jazz. Yeah, right. Makes perfect sense.
We're going to do it. So we did.
Oh, very good.
But those are two very interesting, unique opportunities that many of my predecessors had never had an opportunity like that to do. So I felt honored that they'd selected me. Thought that I would be effective enough to go do it, and we did it in both cases. And again, there were baby step things that were intended to lead to future trips by more important people, and that's what happened. So, yay ho.
So, I don't want to jump ahead, but retired
Yep, so
from the Army.
in 2001, my 4 years were up, and I said, thank goodness.
Yes.
And retired. I had accepted a job with the Department of Veterans Affairs, counsel, senior counsel.
Okay.
And I'd been there about 6 months, I guess. And the dean of the law school at Texas Tech called me up and said, Walt, I've been dean 16 years, which is too long, he said, and I'm going to retire. There's never been or will as dean of the law school. And I think you ought to throw your name in the ring because I think you were the right guy. So I threw my name in the ring. I went and talked to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who was not real happy with the situation since he had selected me to come there and do a job for him. But I told him I can find somebody who's better than I am to take my place. He said, really? I said, yeah, I promise you. So Bill Moorman, Judge Advocate General of the Air Force, retired 6 months after I did. I called Bill up and I said, Bill, have you got a job? He said, no. I said, I thought I'd take some time off. He said, do you want one job? I can get you a job right now. And sure enough, Bill went over and took that job that I had. He later became Assistant Secretary of Veterans Affairs and then was appointed judge on the Court of Veterans Claims. So it turned out to be a really good thing.
That's wonderful.
And he is a great guy, and he is probably more talented than I. So I don't think the Secretary in the end held it against me. So I was fortunate enough then to be selected to be the dean of the law school, my alma mater. First one to come back as a law. It's a great honor. And it was a close call.
Was it?
Very close call. As you can imagine, a bunch of academics thinking about a general coming in to be in charge. They're thinking more on physical training formations and or there's somebody walking around the hallways issuing orders or something.
Right.
And you realize that in my last many years in the Pentagon, I've been trying to convince congressmen, trying to convince you.
Right.
I've been issuing a lot of orders. I've been negotiating and trying to convince people of the rightness of my position or the Army's position or the Department of Defense's position. So it was a close vote, I'm told by everybody who was there in the vote. But it went my way. And a number of people, I will say this, after I'd been dean for a while, at least 3 members of the faculty came by to see me, and I always thought this was really nice. Came by and said, well, I'm going to tell you, I voted against you. But I was wrong.
Wow, that's nice.
You did a great job. I'm glad you got it.
That's
I was
nice.
wrong. Which I thought, that takes a pretty good big
Yes.
person to walk in and say, I voted against you, but I was wrong.
Right.
And some, I'm sure, still feel like they were right in voting against me.
So, How long were you dean of the law school?
8 years. And then I promoted myself to the faculty.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Because it seemed like they had a better job than I did. And I taught full-time for a couple of years and then part-time for a couple of years. And then Kathy said, I'm going to Granbury. You want to go?
I guess that was the answer. You already had the answer.
Yeah. So, and it made a lot of sense. I mean, we've got grandkids in both the Dallas area and the Fort Worth area. It's closer to our little ranch out in East Texas. And it's easy to get back to Lubbock. We kept the place in Lubbock so we can go back to ball games and stuff. Because she's a bigger Tech fan than I am. Kathy was.
Right.
As people said, some people went to the games to watch Kathy. She was enthusiastic.
She was a big fan. So, speaking of Kathy, you mentioned that you all reunited, I guess you would say, at your 50th high school reunion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 53.
And what year was that?
That was 2012.
Okay. And what was that reunion like?
In what respect? It was fun to
With
see.
Kathy, I
Well,
mean.
that was, I have to say that, of course, I've kidded her about this a lot. Is the president of our class was a fellow Rotarian with me in Lubbock.
Mhm.
I was in Lubbock at the time, and he kept telling me, why don't you come to this reunion? I said, Ann's dead. I said, yeah, but you're a job, come on. Come on to the, we were having a barbecue the first night, kind of informal thing. He said, you can have a beer, get some barbecue, talk to some of the old jocks. If you don't like it, you can leave. You don't have to sign up for anything else. I said, I'm not going to sign up for anything. He said, okay. I said, but if you'll stop twisting my arm every Wednesday at Rotary, I said, I'll go to the barbecue. So, I was looking at the list of people who were coming, and I saw Kathy, the former Kathy White, was one of the people coming, and I thought, I wonder what Kathy looks like. I mean, it was interesting to see her. I looked around for her, so I didn't see her, so I was in fact drinking beer and talking to one of the old jocks. and all of a sudden, this arm comes around, as I said to people, I was sexually assaulted. and the guy I was talking to said, I think somebody wants to talk to you. So I turned around and there was Kathy, who looked as beautiful as she ever had. And so we hugged. And as she said, I didn't know this because I'm a man.
Right.
She said, everybody in that room was watching us.
Is that right?
She said, so all her friends said, we were all watching.
I believe it.
See
Yeah.
what happens here next. So before the night was over, I gave her a kiss and a hug and said, you want to have lunch tomorrow? And she said, I'd love to do that.
And the rest is
history. And she said she was staying with her brother and his wife. And when she walked in the house, her brother's wife said, what happened to you?
Oh, yeah, so she can see it. Yeah. Women are much more aware than.
She said, I'm not sure what happened, but something did. So we went to lunch and began it was kind of a slow start to a dating relationship. She was living in Keller at the time. I was still living in Lubbock. So we would see each other every day for sure. As time went on, we spent more time together, and the more time we spent with each other, the more we thought, we still do have a lot in common.
That's correct.
And so I asked her if she would marry me in 2014. We married.
So 10 years.
10 years of marriage, kind of 12 years
Together.
reassociation.
Right.
It was great. We stuffed everything we could. We did European trips. And
You had to make up for lost time.
we did. And like I said, a lot of ball games, a lot of travel, a lot of different places. Our blended family worked out.
That's good.
It had a rough start. As you might imagine. Actually, her marriage had been kind of a rugged,
Oh, I see.
and especially toward the end of it, I guess. And so her kids were happy when I came along because she was happy.
I see.
For the first time, as they said, in a while. My kids thought, quick here,
Right,
Dad,
right,
and you're marrying a person who is mother's rival in high
Right,
school.
right.
This is not, couldn't you marry somebody none of us knew?
Yes.
You didn't know.
Yeah.
But before it was all over, they all were very, very loving toward each other. Kathy and I worked very hard at it. We were helped by the fact that Kathy's kids and my kids got along. Her kids were lovely people.
That's good.
I think mine were too. They all became great friends. In fact, her daughter and my daughter became, to where they think of each other as sisters.
That's good.
So, the blended family thing all worked out. The grandkids all love each other, and it worked out nicely because her daughter Stephanie has a daughter and son who match up exactly with my son Burl's daughter and son.
I see.
And those four became, especially the two girls, became very close. So they helped blending because they would agitate with their parents saying, "Hey, I want to go see my girl." So
Right.
when can we get together again? So that all helped, and it all worked out.
Yes.
Well, it's a wonderful story.
In the last days of Kathy's life, Burl and Becky
Yes.
were here, medicating her, holding her, loving on her.
Yes.
They became, they loved her.
Yes.
She loved them. So, oh, it was a great loss to all of us.
Yes.
But
I can only imagine.
for Stephanie, especially her daughter, because Kathy's son, Stephanie's only brother, only sibling, died of pancreatic cancer
Oh,
about 18 months before Kathy died.
Oh, wow.
So Stephanie lost a brother. Dad was already gone. She came to me, she said, "I guess I'm an orphan." I said, "As long as I'm alive." You're an orphan.
that was a good answer. Yes. But what a wonderful story, and what a it seems like it would be a fiction story, the way it all worked out, and not the end was not happy, but there's a lot of happiness amidst that sorrow.
There's a lot of Hallmark movie stuff in there.
Yes, there is. Sure sounds like.
Except Hallmark movies are always supposed to end on a positive note.
Right, right. That's right. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, those aren't the kind of movies that I watch. The ones that end sadly. I have a few closing questions for you, and
I have a few closing answers.
I hope you do. And if you don't, you say I don't. And but what was your favorite part of serving?
People. Without a doubt, wonderful people. It's the reason we stayed in the Army. People. Shared values. People who cared about a higher calling than themselves. People who really were selfless servants, many of whom could have been making mega bucks if they wanted to, but felt it was more important to serve. And they cared about this country. And they cared about the people that they were responsible for. And they felt an obligation to them. I mean, people in their organizations for whom they're responsible.
Yes.
They felt responsible toward the United States people in general. But it's really a giant fraternity. People with shared values, especially the people who have been through combat. They didn't have to go through combat together. If you were a Vietnam veteran, you're a very strong veteran. There's a certain bond there that's unbreakable. and important. It's important. It's important to have people to talk to who have that shared experience.
Yes.
I think a lot of the people who have PTSD or whatever they call it now, PTS, have never been able to talk to someone. And I realize different people react differently to stress and combat and the horrors of war in different ways, but I think one thing that helped me a lot is I don't have survivor's guilt. I
Yes.
didn't lose a man that I was responsible for. I've gotten a lot of lovely calls and visits, letters from men that served in Vietnam who are now grandparents, own the filling station in Oklahoma.
Right.
We've got 3 grandkids running around, and they say, thank you.
I can't imagine what that's like.
So anyway, I'm not sure exactly what PTSD is, but whatever it is, I don't think I have it. And I'm thankful for that.
Yes.
But I don't doubt there's reason.
Yes, right. Yeah, and it is. And you brought up, I think, one of the key points of that, and that is this idea of service members being replaced as individuals and traveling back and forth as individuals versus as units, because they don't have an opportunity in those cases to decompress. They leave, and oftentimes they come home, and people in their hometown will say, "Where you been? I haven't seen you in a while."
How's the war?
Right. Oh, yes.
Well, that was fun.
What would you say was the highest point of your career? Would you call that the pay issue?
Of things I accomplished,
Yeah.
it's certainly the accomplishment of which I'm most proud because it's got longevity.
Sure.
I think it really has helped the Gen Corps a great deal. I'd say not just physically, but philosophically. Young judge advocates feel better about themselves.
Yes.
Better about talking to their wives about staying in. Hey, they value us. It's a philosophical benefit is, as I said before, probably as important as the physical benefit, although the physical benefit is not inconsequential, for sure. But I think that's probably the accomplishment of which I'm most proud.
What about experiences? Your time in Germany, or your time with Anne traveling. Were there experiences that any experiences that particularly stand out to you as being part of the military?
Absolutely. One in particular. My first tour in Germany as the staff judge advocate for the 2nd Army Division Forward in northern Germany. My son Burl was playing football for the high school there. And one of the teams they played was the American high school in Berlin. So we would catch what was called the duty train in Bremen, travel through the Russian-occupied East Germany to get to West Berlin, past all the Russian and East German guards, Erie.
Yes.
Erie. And then be in West Berlin, and of course we would go to the football game, but then under the agreement that they had, the 4-part agreement between France, Britain, Russia, and us, if you wore a uniform, they had to let you in East Germany.
Oh.
And the people accompanying, they would give you as much crap as they thought they could give you, but they knew they had to let you in. And so they would eventually. And so we would gather up the kids, Ann and I, and we would go over to East Germany, East Berlin, and have dinner. And we could have a full 5-course meal for $15 for all of us. But it was so grand, so great, so. Whereas in West Berlin, the lights were on, and the music was happening, Right, it's like two different places altogether. So we all had that experience, and several times, because we were at least twice for Bill to play football, and I think once we went back just to visit the guy who was the staff judge advocate who moved in, because he was a friend also. And so then we came back to Germany, and the wall came down. And so we got Burl to come back from Tech, and we all loaded up the BMW and zipped up from Stuttgart to Berlin with our family hammer, which is right over there, and actually broke it, knocking down the Berlin Wall.
Is that right?
But we knocked off a bunch of chunks of the Berlin Wall before it broke.
Wow.
And so we were able to see Checkpoint Charlie and the Berlin Wall and all of it stood for
As a family.
as a family, and then go up and knock it down. And go over to East Berlin again, and it seemed like somebody turned the lights on. It was weird.
Interesting.
But that, you know, I mean, that's just history there.
Yes.
Very
But
history.
you were a part.
Very history.
You were right in the middle of it.
Neither I nor Ann nor the kids will ever forget that. So,
Yes.
you know, we did a lot of interesting things. We had a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things in a lot of places. If I had to pinpoint one thing I did with Ann, that would be it, probably.
What was the lowest point, and what did you learn from that experience?
Well, the lowest point by far was the suicide of our youngest son.
Oh, I didn't know.
While Ann and I were in D.C., he was going to Texas Tech. We were supposed to be going to Texas Tech. And he was a really good kid, Ross, named after General Ross Harris, big first-time mentor.
Yes.
Good kid, smart, probably the most athletic of my three kids, all of whom were very athletic. And super personality, everybody loved him. He was a hail fellow, well-met kind of guy, handsome kid. And, but he had bipolar depression. And we finally got it diagnosed. Got him on medication. Psychiatrist said as long as he stays on this medication, he'll be fine. But as some of his friends told us after the fact, he didn't like to take that medication because it dumbed him down and took the edge off.
Yes.
And he didn't like it, so he wouldn't take it. And so, one night, he killed himself.
I'm sorry.
And
It's terrible.
mental disease is a real disease. And there's a medication for it, but you can't stand over a kid who was 26 at the time. He'd been in and out of Tech, and we brought him back to live with us in Virginia for a year. He made all A's in college in Virginia. He had everything it took, but he had that real illness that just did not leave him alone, and to say he did it to himself, it's his suicide, not taking his medication. Because, of course, Ann and I said, you don't have to worry about how much this medication costs.
Right.
We'll buy that medication for you every time. All you have to do is take it. No problem, Mom and Dad. So if you're looking for low points in my life, I mean, of course, I've lost 2 lives, which was not fun.
Right.
But losing a son,
You can't even imagine.
just, it's not the way it's supposed to work.
No.
It's just backwards.
Yes.
They're supposed to be standing over your coffin, not vice versa.
Yes.
And he was so much loved and so well liked, and his funeral was a tearjerker. I mean, so many friends. After Kathy and I were married, so now we're talking a while, years. Kathy and I are having a hamburger in a place called Cap Rock Cafe there in Lubbock, which is a favorite hangout for a lot of people.
Okay.
And a young lady came up to us, and she said, "Aren't you Mr. Huffman?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I'm Jenny." I said, "Oh." She's Ross's primary girlfriend
Oh, my goodness.
at one time.
Yeah.
And she said, "I just want to say, I'm married and I have 2 kids, and I'm very happy. All I ever really wanted to do in life was marry Ross."
Oh.
I said, "Jenny," I said, "are you trying to make me cry?"
Right.
Kathy did start crying.
Yes, I
I
can.
mean,
I can
she
imagine.
wasn't even around when Ross died, Kathy.
Right. I can imagine. That's.
So it's that kind of a deal. And he was-
But what an amazing testament about the kind of person your son was.
he was a bartender while he was going to school.
Sure.
And at his memorial service, we asked, after the memorial service was done, the official part of the memorial service, asked if anybody wanted anything to say. Black kid came up there. He said, "The reason I'm here is because I've been working in the kitchen." It was TGI Fridays, actually. It's where Ross was bartending last. I've been working in the kitchen at TGI Fridays for 10 years. He said, "The only person who ever spoke to me every day and asked me how I was doing was Ross. Only one. 10 years. That's why I'm here."
I hope that provides solace.
Yeah, it was. He was so well liked
Yeah.
by so many people.
Right.
So loved by so many people. Just, jeez.
Yeah. Okay.
Mental disease, just, like I say, we'd had inpatient care for him, outpatient care for him. They brought him back to Virginia for a year, so we kind of watch over him, talk to him, gauge how his medications work.
Right.
Making straight A's in college. I'm ready to go back to tech. You sure he is? I'm sure. So anyway, that's a long story of what the low point of my career
Well,
was. That was
yeah.
the low point by far.
I appreciate you sharing that. So this is a question that I don't think I have to ask, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
All right.
If you could do it all over again, would you do it?
Absolutely. I'd be honored to do it again. And we were talking earlier,
Yes.
I mean, every day at the job is not a good day.
Right.
You know, I've kind of mentioned some days that are not good days.
Mm-hmm.
I can honestly say I loved every job I had. And looked forward to going to work. And not every day.
Right.
So some
I'm
days
sure.
I thought this might be my last day.
Right.
But I really have been blessed because both my trips through, well, actually it was when I toured,
Yes.
and then as a judge advocate, and then as dean of the alma mater.
Yes.
I mean, who wouldn't want those jobs? I mean, I was so blessed to have important jobs, jobs where I felt like I could make a difference.
Right. It's that higher calling you were talking.
And I had a very, very fortunate professional career. It's like unmarred by having lost anybody in Vietnam.
Yes. Yes. So what impact did the service have on your life?
It gave me a real sense of belonging. I think I felt like I belonged to it. So I mentioned it's like a giant fraternity.
Right.
And in a lot of ways it is. But the important part was the shared values, and shared concerns, and people who were selflessly serving our nation. And it's kind of people I like to hang around.
Yes.
As somebody said, "Are you a hero?" I said, "No, but I hung around with some people who were."
Right. Exactly. Yes.
And so it's that kind of a thing that I think, and again, the positions I was able to hold. You're talking about being a battery commander in Vietnam, or being the judge advocate general in the Army, or being in law school. In all of those cases, I know we could go through a litany of things. I was in a position to have a positive impact on some people and make a difference in their lives in a positive way.
Yeah.
And who could ask for more than that? That's what most people hope for, is to be able to make a positive difference in their lives.
Yes.
And I was fortunate to be put in positions where I could do that, and I think I did. It sounds self-aggrandizing to a certain extent. The positions I had were positions where you could do that.
Yes.
And I think I took advantage of that opportunity.
Do you have any advice for people who are entering the military today? I get it.
No, I think the advice I have for people who are entering the military or any other job is, no matter what job you're doing, do the best you can at it. And if you do, good things are going to happen for you.
Yes.
And it doesn't really matter what the job is, as long as you try to do the best you can at it. And if you're in the military, great benefits you're going to have is to be surrounded by people with, again, like values, of like character. I don't mean to say that the military is full of angels and,
Right.
and people without fault. They're certainly not. But there is a shared sense of values and purpose and character that's above self.
Yes.
That is the kind of people you like to hang around, or I like to hang around.
Yes.
And still, well, I just came back from upstate New York where I was with two sets of old Army buddies who
Really?
known for a long time.
Right.
Known Vietnam veteran. His experience in Vietnam was a little different than mine. He was drafted after college.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike some of my friends who were drafted after college, they pulled out their finance degree or whatever it was and said, "You put me in the finance office."
Right.
And he was a point man on the infantry team in Vietnam. And survived. First cavalry. And then went to law school when he got out. He became a judge advocate. He and I were stationed together many times. Actually, my kids, my daughter and son, think of him and his wife as their aunt and uncle because we were stationed so many times in the same vicinity that when we were overseas, blood relatives couldn't be there for a graduation or a birthday or whatever it was. These folks were.
That's great.
And so those kind of friends are hard to come by.
Yeah, but it's a culture, the military in general is a culture that allows for that.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a shared experience that allows for that.
Yeah, I told Kathy one time we were talking about this. Of course, she has friends. Some of the people who came to her memorial service started first grade and went all the way through college. Old and dear friends. They came by the folks that passed as well.
Sure.
That kind of friends. But I was telling her, I don't know how many people have friends that you could call up. If I called this guy in New York, I said, "I need you." Yes. Next plane out of New York. He wouldn't ask why.
Right. It'd just be on the plane.
Just get on
Yes. Those friends don't come by very often.
But I've got some. I've got one friend who's coming actually next month from California.
Mm-hmm.
He and I were on the track team together at Lubbock High School. So we knew each other since Lubbock High. And he actually is I said, I was actually going steady with Kathy before I started dating Ann, and he's the guy who introduced me to Kathy. Because I said, I saw this really pretty girl walking down the hallway at Level Kai, and her name was Kathy White. He said, I know her. I said, you want to ask her for a date? I'll introduce you. So he did, and I did, and she said, okay. And, we ended up going steady.
Yeah.
Ring around her neck and all that stuff.
Right. Yes.
That was a 4-year time, I'm sure.
No, not exactly, but I understand.
So he's the guy who introduced me to Kathy.
Yes.
And then, because he was my best friend still, then, he was the best man in my wedding day.
Oh, wow.
And of course, he knew both of them very well.
Right.
And, they both loved him, he loved them. And so he's my oldest. We were in the same fraternity at Tech. And he's another guy that if I picked up the phone and said, Charles, I need you. He wouldn't ask why. He'd be on the next plane in Huntington Beach, California. Or wherever you fly out of from Huntington Beach, California.
Right. Who knows?
He's a retired electrical engineer. And a really good guy. And as I said, he's coming out here next month, and he was in South Africa during Kathy's memorial, which he hated, but he was in the middle of the safari, and this all went down. Nothing he could do about it. So he said, I'm coming out there. He said, I'm coming after everybody else is gone. So you and I can talk.
That's why
I don't want to be in the middle of a bunch of people telling me how sorry they are.
That's wise, I think.
What kind of friend he is.
Yes.
So I'm fortunate that I've got a number of really good friends, and some of them are special friends. And
Yes.
and say Charles has no connection to the military whatsoever. It's been a long
Right.
history,
That is yeah, very long history.
a long tangled history.
So you will not believe this, but this is the final question that I have for you.
Here.
Do you have anything to add to this interview that we have not discussed?
No, I don't think so. I'm honored that you asked me to do this. I mean, I hope that this is well recorded, because I think my kids and grandkids and maybe great grandkids somewhere down the line might want to look at this and say,
Yes.
that's who he was.
That is so true. And that's part of the reason why I do this. So I'm glad that you recognize it. But I want to thank you. It's been my honor, and I want to thank you for interviewing with me a second time.
I appreciated your first interview, that oral interview about Vietnam, and spurred this in your mind.
Yes.
I really do appreciate this. It is an honor. Not a lot of people get to document their lives
Yes.
through a